All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Okay, before we get started, just a couple housekeeping measures. I know this isn't true of everybody, but I actually prefer it if you would have your cameras on if possible. Then I know who's there, who's paying attention, and I can see people so don't feel like I'm talking into a void. So I know I can't see everyone at once the way my screen is organized, but if you don't mind turning your cameras on, I'd be very appreciative. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not in my office, and for some reason my camera doesn't seem to be working. Let me figure out
No worries,
where it
Mr.
is
Denman.
here. I'm going to plug it into a different jack. Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay,
See
no
if that
worries.
works.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just to clarify your request, are you saying you prefer cameras on for the entire hearing, or you're just asking for right now?
For the entire hearing, if you don't mind. It's just I find it helps me. Then I know who's talking. It just I find it works better for me. So if that's all right. I know some judges prefer people who aren't speaking turn their cameras off. Um, I don't know. Maybe it gives me more of a feeling like we're actually in person, and I feel it more readily replicates a live in-person hearing. And for me, it just works better. So if you don't mind, have your cameras on.
I totally understand. I might ask for a slight accommodation. I am still recovering from my injuries, and I have my leg elevated off screen here, and sometimes I need to move around. So I might turn it off just to.
No worries. No worries, anything like that. I'm just, in general, let's try and keep them on so that we can all, you know, communicate. All right, give Mr. Denman a minute to see if he can get his up and running. In the meantime, let me just ask, Tracy, you're on the call and ready to go?
I'm here and I'm ready. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. Mr. Denman, do you want me to just get started, or do you want to try just a little? I mean, if you can't get it going, you can't get it going. It is what it is. But
well, somebody, I'm in a conference room on a different floor than my office, and they claimed that this camera worked yesterday, but someone's getting me a new one. So why don't we just go ahead and start, and then with any luck, they'll get me one that works.
That sounds great. We've got to, get appearances and all that. And that's going to take a bit, given how many people are on this call anyway. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and call proceeding number 23A-0471E. This is the application of Public Service Company of Colorado for its software data kit. This is a commission hearing with the Public Utilities Commission. I'm Administrative Law Judge Alenka Hahn, and I am proceeding over this matter. Today is Thursday. Let me change my calendar. Thursday, June 13th. It is 9 a.m., the specified and scheduled time for this hearing. Okay, if we could go ahead and get appearances, if you could just go down the list. Everybody give me your names, spell your name, and tell me with who you are representing at this hearing. So why don't we, Mr. Schlesinger, you're first on my camera list, so why don't you go first?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jake Schlesinger here on behalf of Mission Data. Last name is Schlesinger.
Is there anyone here with you?
My client, Mr. Michael Murray, who's also the expert witness in this case.
Okay, and Mr. Murray is on the call as well. Okay, great. Mr. Denman, I'll come back to you.
Oh, I can go ahead now, Your Honor.
You want to go ahead? Okay.
Sure. Stephen H. Denman, Assistant General Counsel, appearing on behalf of Public Service Company of Colorado. On the Zoom today is Mr. Michael Pascucci, one of my witnesses, and my other witnesses standing by. And they're still
Okay.
working on trying to they got me a new camera, but it doesn't seem to work either. So we'll keep working on
Naturally.
that. Thank you.
No irony at all, given that we're here on a technology matter, right? Mr. Deming, can you tell me who the other witness you have standing by is?
Mr. Joel Miller is our other witness.
Okay, and he's not on the call yet, but he'll be joining later.
He will
Sorry.
join about the time Mr. Pascucci is finished when we get to the evidentiary part of the hearing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Denman. All right, moving down the line. Okay, Mr. Schroer, am I saying that right? Can you tell me how to pronounce your name? You're muted still.
You caught me. Yes, Your Honor, my name is Matthew Schroer.
Schroer, okay, Schroer. Do you prefer, and Mr. Schroer is okay?
Correct.
Okay. And who are you with, Mr. Schroer?
I work for Xcel Energy, and I believe I'm your witness to help you understand the software development kit today.
Are you our witness who's out of state?
I'm in Minnesota, correct.
That is out of state from Colorado, so yes, okay, Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Schroer. Would you also do me a favor of quickly spelling your last name so that our court reporter makes sure she has it correct?
Yes, SCHROER, Sierra Charlie, Hotel Romeo, Oscar Echo Romeo.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Schroer. Okay, I see we've got Mr. Murray, Mr. Vespucci, Mr. Cox.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Attorneys General Justin Cox and Ross Smith with the Colorado Attorney General's Office on behalf of trial staff of the Public Utilities Commission. We also have from staff Kehinde Abiodun.
Mr. Cox, would you do me a favor of spelling all those names for our court reporter?
Sure. Last name Cox, C-O-X. Smith, S-M-I-T-H. Abiodun is A-B-I-O-D-U-N.
Abiodun. Thank you. Okay. Great. All right. Who else? I see Mr. Smith. Thank you. Go ahead.
Kate Crampton. I'm an attorney at the Colorado Attorney General's Office representing the UCA. I'm here along with Dr. Scott England. He is our expert witness for the UCA.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Crampton. Okay. And Dr. England, I see you're on the call. Okay. Mr. Abiodun, would you be kind enough to change your name so that it has your first name and your last name? I'll be calling people preferably by their surnames, and I don't want to get
Yes, I can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Looks like we've got everybody. Okay. All right, let's get rolling. We are here today on, as I indicated, Public Services application on its software data kit. Public Service, UCA, and staff came to a settlement agreement, and they advised us as such back in April. But Mission Data did not agree to that settlement and has filed a response in opposition to the motion to approve the settlement. The purpose of the hearing today is to take some evidence on the motion to approve the settlement and to provide some live demonstrations of how the various software data kit technology will work. I had initially asked for this in part to educate me because it's all new to me, and seeing it in action, I think, will let me have a better understanding of how this all works. Let me start with Mr. Denman. How do you wish to proceed? Did you want to make any kind of an opening statement, or did you just want to dive right into the evidence? It is your motion.
Honor, they're still working on the camera.
Oh, okay.
However, I will proceed. I suggest that it would be most helpful to you to conduct the demonstration before you commence the evidentiary part of today's hearing.
Okay.
And Mr. Schroer is prepared to do that. If you wish, you could ask him introductory questions, since my view is he's sort of like the court's witness, but I could also do that for you. And then he would conduct the demonstration for you. And then after that, we could talk about any preliminary matters, and then we could go to the evidentiary part of the hearing.
Okay.
If that works for you, then I think it's a way to proceed.
That sounds good. I'll tell you, Mr. Denman, my preference would probably be that you lead the demonstration rather than me. I haven't spoken with Mr. Schreier, and I am not sure how he wants to do it, whereas you may have a little bit more insight into how he wants to present it. And I think it might be a smoother presentation if you lead it. Mr. Schlesinger, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was just listening to Mr. Denman make a distinction, I think, between the software demonstration and the evidentiary portion of the hearing. And I just wanted to clarify that everything that's on the record here today is being transcribed into the record, and that all of this is part of the evidentiary part of the hearing. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, Your Honor,
ahead,
that's a distinction without a difference. When I said evidentiary portion of the hearing, I meant, hearing on the pre-filed testimony and the settlement agreement. Your Honor requested the demonstration, and all of us, including Mr. Schlesinger, have worked together to come up with the demonstration and the stipulation that we filed on June 5th. So,
yes, and I truly appreciate that.
Sure, happy to do it. And when you want me to start with that,
there you are. Nice to see you, Mr. Denman.
How about that? Oh, okay. So let me just ask somebody something before they leave, and I'm going to turn my mic off.
Of course.
Okay. I had to figure out which camera. We ended up using a camera on my laptop, and so that's why it's looking up at me from the table. If you're ready to proceed, we will.
I am ready. I just want to make sure all the other parties are in agreement that we're just going to dive right in, and nobody needed to make an opening statement. We're all good with that? Mr. Schlesinger, I see you nodding your head and giving me a thumbs up.
Your Honor, this is Ross Smith from Trial Staff Counsel. As just a preliminary matter, I was going to just raise Mr. Abiodun is here on behalf of staff, sort of adopting Mr. Haglund's testimony, as we've explained before. I didn't know if you wanted to take up witness excusals now or later, if you had questions about Mr. Haglund's testimony, if you knew at this time. If not, I was going to see if we could have Mr. Abiodun excuse if he has other matters to attend to today.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Smith, I don't think I have any questions at this time, but it's a little hard for me to say that not having heard the other evidence yet.
Sure, that's perfectly fine. I understand.
So I'm sure Mr. Abiodun would prefer to be doing other work right now, but if he doesn't mind hanging out for a bit, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely, no problem. I just wanted to raise it just in case. I appreciate it.
I'm aware of it, and I hope this won't be a waste of his time. But at this point, I don't have any questions. But like I said, I just don't know yet.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Crampton, are you okay with that proceeding? With that plan?
Yes, no objection. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Denman, if you go ahead and dive in. I did have one question. Does Mr. Schroer have to share his screen in order for us to see the demonstration?
Yes, he does.
I'm going to ask Ms. Kunkel to unmute for a minute. does he have the capability to do that, or do we need to give him some kind of a authorization to be able to share a screen?
Yep, I just made him a co-host so he can share whatever he needs.
Thank you, Ms. Tunkel. As
Thank
always,
you.
you're the best. All right. Okay,
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Denman.
Dunkel.
I
Okay.
think we're ready. Let's go ahead.
Mr. Shore, would you please state your name and your employer?
My name is Matthew Schroer, and my employer is XL Energy.
And what's your position?
I am a Associate Energy Efficiency Engineer here at XL.
Okay. And where are you testifying from today?
I'm currently testifying in our meter shop, meter lab, located at the Chestnut Avenue facility in Minneapolis.
Okay. And are you familiar with the stipulation on the software demonstration that Public Service Company negotiated with Mission Data's Council?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I might note that nothing in this demonstration is confidential. The entire demonstration is for consumption in the record, and it's not confidential in any way. Okay, so Mr. Shore, you're familiar with what Judge Hahn would like to see in a demonstration, so please proceed.
Thank you. So I'll get started here. So first I'll outline the major broad topics that I'll be going over. The first thing I'll be going over is the XL Energy Launchpad SDK. Next, I'll be going over the XL Energy Launchpad portal. And then I will be using those tools to, in a demonstration with a third-party application that somebody has developed using our tools that we provided to the public. So moving forward, I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. Somebody confirm that my screen is visible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Is it possible for you to make it a little bit larger, Mr. Shore? I'm old and my eyes need a little bit more of. That's better. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to ask the same thing, but for the record, we are not old.
I appreciate that, Mr. Denman. I think my knees say otherwise, but all right. Please proceed, Mr. Shore.
Yes. So as I already alluded to, the first thing I'm going to be talking about is our XL Energy Launchpad SDK. First, XL Energy Launchpad is XL Energy's name for our program that encompasses all of these third-party tools. SDK stands for Software Development Kit. So SDK is a common term used in development spheres. It basically, what an SDK is it's a collection of documentation and example code that really lays out how a developer may use a organization's program to accomplish a goal. So in this case, XL Energy has provided an SDK to the public to enable developers to develop for our Energy Launchpad program. So on my screen here, I have pulled up our GitHub. It is a Git repository website. GitHub is a place where developers upload their code and are able to collaborate with other developers. It's a very common platform used by developers. So that's why XL Energy has chosen to put our code on GitHub. There are also many other benefits that I'll be going over. But GitHub is for developers, so that's what it's geared for. This is not something that the average customer would necessarily be interacting with, but a developer would more than likely be very familiar with GitHub and use GitHub on a frequent basis. So, so GitHub has many.
Excuse me, can you spell GitHub, please?
Yes. GitHub, GITHUB.
Thank you.
Yes. So GitHub has many features that enable collaboration. So users are able to submit issues to us, be that bugs or things they don't understand, and we're able to have a forum with them and talk back and forth about any issues that they bring up. Developers are also able to make what's called a pull request, which is just a change that the developer would like to would like us to make, and we can either approve or deny. So this is a very similar system to like Wikipedia, where people are able to suggest edits to Wikipedia, and they can either be approved or denied. Did you have a question?
I did, Mr. Short. Did you say pull, P-U-L-L, or pull?
Correct.
P-U-L-L. Okay.
Correct.
Can you restate that one more time? Because I was focused on what the word actually was.
Yeah. So pull request.
Pull request.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. P-U-L-L. A pull request is the system that developers are able to use to suggest changes to us. So we can either approve or deny these changes, depending on if we think they're useful to our program. We at Excel have control over that, but it also leads into the other functionality that GitHub has, is that it also tracks all the changes that happen to the repository. So all the changes are public. So I can go in here and take a look and see that I made a change on August 29th, 2023, and these are the changes that I made. So somebody could make their own changes and submit that to us, and that would only get added to our repository if we approved it. So that's kind of an overview of GitHub in general, of what an SDK is in general. I'm going to move on to kind of showing some highlights of our SDK here on GitHub. So here on the front page of the repository, we have our README. This goes over what is the Energy Launchpad, how to get started. This is the get starting document, and also how to submit issues with us if a developer were to have any issues that they need to get in contact with us about. So a developer could hit this get started document and read through this document here. I'm just going to kind of scroll so people can kind of see what it looks like. But this goes over what kind of protocols that we use, what the rules are, what tooling and development environment that a developer needs to develop for this code, any notifications, such as this is a notice to devs about what agent version our meters are on. So just really helpful information that a developer would potentially need to know to develop for Excel Energy Launchpad. So I want to stress that this is fundamentally a combination of documentation and example code that really helps a developer develop for Excel Energy Launchpad. It's not an application itself. It's just a group of documentation. So I'll go back to the front page here. Okay. So I've gone over what an SDK is, what GitHub is, and our implementation on GitHub of our SDK. So I'm currently signed into my account. So I'm going to minimize this window here and bring up our other window here. So I previously indicated that GitHub is a very common platform that developers are on. But if a developer needed to make a GitHub account, we'll go through a quick sign up process here just to show how easy it is to sign up for GitHub. To get access to our repository, a developer needs to fill out a software development kit access form. This collects information that we use to just keep track of who is using our development kit. So I'm just going to read the intro here. Third parties can utilize the Bring Your Own Device and Gateway software development kit to develop hardware and software products that will need to connect to the customer's smart meter to provide their services to Excel Energy's customers. Known to customers as Excel Energy Launchpad, To access Xcel Energy Software Development Kit, please fill out the form below. So it should be noted that Xcel Energy approves all requests that we get. We're just collecting the data here. So this isn't a gatekeeping process. This is just an information gathering process. And so I'll put in some test data here. So see what it looks like. And so we run into part of what we've talked about so far. So the SDK is hosted on GitHub. If you have a GitHub account, please use that email address. So this is an email address that's associated with the GitHub account. So we haven't created our GitHub account yet, so we'll go ahead and do that right now. So I've navigated to the GitHub website, and in the top right-hand corner here, there's a button that says sign up. This is very similar to any other account that online that people will sign up for, be it their banking account or their energy account. This is a very similar process to making any of those accounts. So just like just about any other online account, you need an email. So I have prepared an email beforehand. So I will input that here. Okay, and I'm going to make sure that I inputted it correctly. Okay. We'll hit continue here. Then it's going to ask me to create a password. So I will input that here. Okay. And it's going to ask me to make a username. So I will make one up here. Okay, we see this username is available, so I'll continue. And then it's going to ask me if I'd like product updates. I would not, so I'm going to not check that box and continue. And then it's going to give me a CAPTCHA to make sure that I'm a human being signing up for this account. So just going to complete that CAPTCHA here. Okay. So as similar with other online accounts, it has sent me a code to the email address. Make sure that I control the email address. So going to navigate here to my email address and copy the code. So going to copy and paste it. And I have now created a GitHub account. It's that simple. So I'm now going to log into the account I just created. Okay, and I have logged in. GitHub has a first-time experience just to help onboard new people, but we're just going to skip that for today. And we will see that I have created a GitHub account. So now that I've created a GitHub account, I'm going to input that email I used for GitHub into our request form. Make sure I type that in correctly. I did not. Good thing I checked. Okay. And then I'll just continue filling out this form with test data.
What kind of test data are you putting in, Mr. Schreier?
Just the word test, just to fill it out so that
okay.
The form will let me continue. It doesn't need to be, real data for this. So, but the form won't let me continue unless I put something in there.
Something's in that field. Okay, got it.
Yep. So I filled out this form, so I'm going to hit submit, and assuming I filled everything out, it'll come up with this window. Thank you for your submission. You will receive an automated email from GitHub within 5 business days. to the email address provided in this form. The email from GitHub will either ask you to create a GitHub account if you haven't already, or provide you a link to join the Xcel Energy Launchpad project. Check your junk/spam folder if you do not see your email. Contact Xcel Energy Launchpad at xcelenergy.com if you do not receive the automated email from GitHub. So we provide an email for developers to send to us if they have any problems with this process. So direct Excel line or email line to the relevant support here. So I'll click finish and it just brings us back to the form. So the notification there said that it can take up to 5 business days. It doesn't typically take that long, but once the form has been processed on our end, the developer will receive an email just like this one saying that they have been invited to join the Xcel Energy organization, and to click this big green button here to accept the invite. So I'll go ahead and do that. I've been invited to this organization. I'm going to join it. And now I have access to the Xcel Energy Launchpad SDK. So we can go right in here and we're right back to where we started, right, with that repository I was showing earlier. So that concludes the part I'm talking about with the SDK, what it is, who is using it, how they get access, how they make a GitHub account, what GitHub is, and what our SDK looks like. So I'm now going to move on to the Xcel Energy Launchpad portal. So first, let's talk about what Xcel Energy Launchpad is and what it enables. Xcel Energy Launchpad is Xcel's name for the third-party program that allows third parties to make applications that connect to our smart meters. So our smart meters are, yes.
Well, okay, when you say it's a third-party program, are you saying that Xcel did not develop this Launchpad, somebody else created it?
We developed the program. It is for third parties, excuse me.
Okay.
So it's for non-Xcel people to develop applications.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to clear. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yep. So our new smart meters, our Itron Riva Gen 5 meters, are able to connect to customers' home Wi-Fi. So most customers have a box that looks like this in their home. This is a standard home router. So you probably have something that looks like this. It's got antennas and a big black box with ports on the back. This enables our smart meter to connect to their home Wi-Fi and then is able to talk to other devices on the home network. So once this is all set up, the meter just talks directly to a device on the network and doesn't need to go over the internet or do anything like that. They just talk directly to each other. The meter is only able to talk to devices that it has been told it is allowed to talk to. And we'll get into that a little bit more later. But the meter will only talk to specific devices on the network. It doesn't talk to just anybody. So this SDK was developed to give developers the information they need to use this functionality of the meter. So the portal in that, sorry, my Zoom buttons are getting in the way of my tabs here. There we go. So the portal is created to collect certain information from the customer that we need for the meter to connect to the customer's home Wi-Fi and to talk to devices. So this is very similar to if you've ever set up like a Roku or a smart device or anything like that. These devices need very similar information to connect to your home Wi-Fi. The portal is hosted in their Xcel Energy My Account. The Xcel Energy My Account is the online portal that Xcel provides customers to do to manage their Xcel Energy account. So pay their bill, update their information, that kind of stuff. Very, very common with customers. So we hosted this in this platform because it authenticates who the user is. So not just anybody can tell your meter who it can talk to. Only an authorized user on the account can make those changes. So I'm going to log in here to my account using test data here. So I'm going to pull up my credentials. Okay. So I've signed in here. So this is our test environment. So this doesn't have confidential data in it. This is what we use to validate that things are working. So things are loading in here. So this account hasn't enrolled in paperless billing. So I'm just going to skip that, close this. And we're going to navigate to our billing account so that we can, so we know which account we're dealing with here. So we only have, so here we only have one account on this My account. So this is actually a requirement currently for using Xcel Energy Launchpad. So we're going to manage that account. Once it loads here. So there's several things that we can manage here, but the thing that we're interested in is our authorized devices. So manage devices such as smart meters or appliances. We're going to hit edit connected devices. We're going to load in here. And we'll see that we're eligible for our Xcel Energy Launchpad program. This service allows you to connect applications and devices to your home, to your new smart meter. This will occur over your local Wi-Fi network. This is stuff that we've gone over. So I'll hit get started here. So first, the customer needs to accept the customer authorization. I'm just going to read the notice here. Welcome to Xcel Energy Launchpad. With an installed smart meter and the Xcel Energy Launchpad, homes will have access to a wide range of energy tools provided by Xcel Energy and third-party developers. These third-party developers have access to our software development kit to create cutting-edge apps and devices, which, if you choose, can help make your smart meter, smart devices, and home appliance even more connected. Start seeing the benefits by connecting your Xcel Energy provided smart meter to your home Wi-Fi network through your My account, then add a compatible device or application. You will need to gather your Wi-Fi network name and password, then connect your smart meter to the same Wi-Fi network to the device you are currently using. So I'm going to agree and hit next. Okay, we have successfully enrolled. Congratulations, your enrollment in Xcel Energy Launchpad has been recorded. We are now licensing your meter, which may take up to 5 business days. You will receive an email when the meter has been licensed successfully. To manage your enrollment, visit your billing account within your My account, and you will be able to manage your smart meter connection, enroll in eligible services, and add authorized devices. So again, it says that it may take up to 5 business days, but it normally doesn't take that long. So we'll be able to do that all here today. So we'll continue. And it brings us to our Connect Wi-Fi page. So I'm going to zoom in here just so nice and big. Okay. So just like connecting your Roku or your smartphone or any other device to your home network, the device needs 2 things. It needs the Wi-Fi name and it needs the password to the Wi-Fi. So I have a Wi-Fi network here for my meters that are in the background. And I'm going to input those credentials right now. So So I've inputted the name and password, so I'm going to hit enter. And so request for Wi-Fi connection successful. Your request to connect Wi-Fi has successfully been submitted. Navigate back to the connected devices page to view your Wi-Fi status. Connectivity may take several minutes, and you will need to refresh the screen to see an updated status. So I'll hit continue here. And this will bring us to the Xcel Energy Launchpad homepage. So we'll notice here that that is indicated that the Wi-Fi connectivity has not connected yet. As the notification said, it can take a couple minutes. So while that is being sent down to the meter, I'll talk a little bit about our device the application that I'm going to be presenting today. So as we've talked about before, the SDK is for third parties. And so we have selected a third party that has created an application. This is one of the more popular ones that people talk to us about. It is called Home Assistant. So Home Assistant is a home automation platform, very similar to your Amazon Alexa or your Google Home, where these platforms connect all of your smart devices, your smart lights, your smart dryer, your smart what have you, connect them. And so you can make automations so that your home does things automatically. You're able to control them remotely. All these different features are what are enabled by from a smart home. Home Assistant specifically is not owned by Google or Amazon. It's a open source project, which means that the source code is available to the public. Typically, projects like that are hosted on GitHub, as we've talked about before. And so people are able to contribute to these projects if the developer chooses. And Home Assistant has made a system that third-party developers are able to make applications to go onto this platform. And so a third party just so happens to have developed an application for Home Assistant that allows customers to connect their smart meters to their Home Assistant. And we'll go over what that enables customers to do a little bit later. But let's see here. I don't think I opened up that tab beforehand, so I'll just open it up now. So I'll just Google this real quick. And then it should be this one here. Okay. Yep, here it is. So this website should look somewhat familiar to what we were looking at before, because again, this is a GitHub repository, this one being the code by a third-party developer that develops the application that we're going to be demonstrating here. So we could see here that they provided documentation on how to use their application, which I have followed their setup steps. And so this third-party developer, their username is WingRunR21. So this person is not associated with Xcel Energy, to my best knowledge. You know, this is fundamentally a stranger on the internet who has made this application. So there's no possible way for us to know exactly how they developed this application. They may have used our SDK that we provided. They may have not used our SDK and used community forums or resources or talked to other people who have accessed the SDK. They may already have pre-existing knowledge of the protocols that Xcel Energy Launchpad uses to talk to the meter. So they don't necessarily need to have the SDK to build this application, but they probably did because they actually linked where to get the SDK here in their repository. So go here to fill out the form to get access to SDK. So they're at least aware that we have provided an SDK. So that goes over, you know, the third-party application, like that it's on GitHub, that their code is available, that they are aware of the SDK that we've provided. And so I'm going to shoot back over to our portal to see, hopefully, that our meter has connected to our Wi-Fi. So load it here. And we can see that our Wi-Fi connectivity has connected to the Wi-Fi that I've provisioned. So everything's good in that department. So, as I've alluded to in the past, the meter will only talk to devices that it has been told it can talk to. So the way that that is accomplished is the device generates what's called an LFDI, a long-form device identifier. This is a 40-character string that uniquely identifies the device and gets put on the meter so that the meter knows that it's allowed to talk to it. So this could be provided to the customer depending on how the device is. So if it's a smart thermostat, it could be provided on the box that came with it. It could be provided in the documentation. It could be provided on the device itself. If it was an app, it can display it in the app. So for a customer to connect their device to their smart meter, they need to get this LFDI. I have set up the application in Home Assistant here. And if we go into configuration, we can see that this application provides the LFDI for us. So this is what I've highlighted here, and I'm just going to copy it. So copy. And then we'll go back to the portal. And we can see here that we have a section called My Devices. So I'm going to add a device. And we see the first thing it asks for is the LFDI. So I'm just going to paste that in. And then fill out the other forms with test data similar to before. And then I'm going to hit next. Success. We've received your request to add an authorized device to your smart meter. If your meter has not completed licensing process, it may take up to 5 business days for you to utilize your device with your smart meter. You will receive an email when the meter has been licensed successfully. Once you've received confirmation that your smart meter has been licensed, please continue according to the instructions from your device manufacturer or application provider. Please note that your LFDI registration may not be associated with your device. If you encounter issues accessing your device, please confirm that the LFDI registered matches the one associated with your device before contacting CCA for assistance. So we'll go back to our home screen. And we'll see that we are connected to our Energy Launchpad, and we have registered this LFDI. So just like with the with the Wi-Fi credentials, it can take a couple minutes for this to reach the meter. So while we're waiting for that, I'm going to demonstrate a meter and a Home Assistant that I've already configured so we can see what it will look like. So I've configured this beforehand, cooking show style. So this is the dashboard for Home Assistant. So I'll zoom in here. So we can see here that I've only really got the meter configured. So we can see the data that the meter is sending to us. There's a lot of different interesting data points here, but the one I'm going to point out for the most interest is the instantaneous demand value. So this is how much energy you're using right now. So we can see that it's 0 watts right now because I do not have any load on this meter. So behind me, I have a board with meters on it. So this simulates a customer's premise. And so the meter we are talking to is this one right here. And I'm going to put a load on it. So say this would be like a customer turning on a light or starting their oven or using their air conditioner. It's going to be very similar to that. So I'm going to turn on the load, and I have a dial here that enables me to put the load higher or lower. So this says 2 hours ago, did it start? We'll go into the application here. make sure it is to do. Let's restart their application here. Make sure it actually connects to the meter. Okay. So the meter may have changed IP addresses here. So, well, the meter that I just configured with the LFDI should have received its LFDI by now. So I'll just start this one here. Okay, yep, there we go. So this is a different meter. This is the one we just configured. So you've watched me configure this one in real time. And so that's this meter over here. Can you still see me? Yes, you can. So I will put load on this meter. And we'll see that the value jumps up. So as we can see right here, see if I can zoom in a bit. I've placed 307 watts on this meter. So the Home Assistant also provides historical data, so we can look over time. Since I just set up this meter, it doesn't have any historical data, which makes sense. And so this is what the customer is able to use. Excellent. The Home Assistant also provides a dashboard so customers can see their energy usage over time. And so the kilowatt hours is what customers are billed off of. So this would show what the customer is using currently. So, yeah, that is the Xcel Energy Launchpad portal and an example of the Home Assistant. So that is the conclusion of my demo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schroer. That was really interesting and helpful. I am curious, so you've got it. So what kind of devices, appliances do people put on the Home Assistant? Like, are you putting your washing machine and your dishwasher and your refrigerator, or?
Yeah,
and it's got to be new, right? Because I have all old appliances, so none of them have the smart meter capability at all, I think.
Yeah. The Home Assistant, one of the, the smart home environment is kind of a new technology. So people are slowly figuring out how they want to do it. And one of the things that has emerged over the past couple of years is that devices don't necessarily typically talk to each other a ton. They typically talk to a central location, in this case, Home Assistant. So the kind of devices people connect to can be a smart light bulb. That's one of the things that I connect to my Home Assistant at home. They can connect smart like plugs, so they can turn on and off other devices. I use these things. I set up my smart home stuff several years ago because my father has mobility issues. And so enabling my father to control these devices without having to stand up, be able to turn on and off his lights, be able to change the color of the lights in the room. So if he needs to go to sleep, but people need to be able to still walk through the room, he can turn the lights to red as opposed to warm yellow. People have done all kinds of creative things. They connect motion detectors in their house, so lights automatically come on for them. They connect their Teslas and get the energy data from their Tesla, so they can see where they've gone, how much energy usage. They can add automation so that when their Tesla plugs in when they get home, the lights turn on in the house. They can add a vibration sensor to their washing machine. So when the washing machine has run for 45 minutes, it will flash the lights in the house, letting you know that the dishwasher is probably done. People are very creative in how they use this technology. Did I answer your question?
Yes, it's just, I mean, honestly, it's all kind of new to me. And like I said, we have old appliances in my house, so we haven't tried to do any of this stuff. So it's just, I just trying to understand the very basic question of what is the benefit of people connecting their appliances to the smart meter? What does it give you? Like, what about a refrigerator? Why would somebody connect a refrigerator to the smart meter?
So they wouldn't
'Cause you can
necessarily
do that,
connect.
right?
Theoretically, I don't necessarily know why somebody would, because the purpose of the meter is to provide energy information. And so, theoretically somebody might say, oh, I want to, when I'm using high energy, I want my refrigerator to turn off. That's, a theoretical way somebody could do it, but I don't think that's, but theoretically somebody could is my answers to that.
Okay. No, that's so helpful. All right. Trying to think if I have any other questions. Mr. Schlesinger has his hand up. Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to go ahead and ask a question?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I have a few clarifying questions, and I just want to ensure that what we've been shown today is what we stipulated to. So I guess my first question is that what you just demonstrated, I'm sorry, is it Mr. Shearer? Did I say that right?
Roar. It's like a shushing lion. Shh, roar.
Sure, got it. Okay, thank you. Can you clarify that what you just demonstrated was the Home Assistant, correct? You did not demonstrate the SDK code to show that it's a working code, did you, correct?
So as I discussed before, the SDK is a set of example code and documentation. It itself is not a application.
Okay, but the sample code has to work when it's plugged in by a developer, correct?
That's probably a question better for Mr. Miller. It's not necessarily, I'm not a developer myself, so.
Okay. One other thing I saw, I think I saw on your screen somewhere when you were scrolling through that the SDK works with the HAN agent number one. Is that correct? Or I guess my question is, does the SDK work with all versions of the HAN agent? And maybe just for background, it would be helpful to explain what the HAN agent is.
Yep. So the HAN agent is the actual program that runs on the meter. So that's what the developer is actually interacting with when it comes to the, what the meter on the meter side. So there are different versions of the agent on the meter. And so the SDK documents how to interact with different versions because things change as versions continue. So again, the SDK itself is not an application, so it's not, the SDK works with it. The developer has to properly develop their own application to accommodate the different versions.
Okay, but the SDK that's available can be used for any version of the HAN agent.
Yes.
Okay. And then I also think I saw in your screen something that said that a customer has to have only one account in order to be able to use the launch pad, and I wasn't really sure what that meant. Can you explain?
Yes. So as a part of the eligibility criteria for a customer to be eligible to use XL Energy Launchpad, the customer has to have one account.
Does that mean that if a customer has multiple accounts, they're not able to use it?
That's a question best for Mr. Miller.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Schlesinger, go ahead.
Can I just have one moment?
Of course.
Um, Okay, I don't think I have any other clarifying questions on this demonstration. I think I have additional questions just for the witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Schroer, I actually have one question. I wanted to get a sense of like, how do you, if you know, do you have a sense of how many Excel customers are actually taking advantage of this capability, this technology, this home assistant?
So for actual numbers, that's probably a question best for Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Me personally, I've talked to several developers at technology conferences that have taken advantage of this technology. So
developers at technology conferences are very different than the average user like me, who is, let's just say, less technically apt.
So I'm a more technical resource, so that's who I talk to mostly. As I said, Mr. Miller has the statistics and all that stuff.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Schlesinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I was also remembering that our stipulation agreed that the company would show that that this worked on multiple meter types. I believe that what Mr. Schroer demonstrated was a residential meter, and I was wondering if he was also going to demonstrate some additional meter types.
Yeah. So first, let me give some background on what a different meter type is, why we need them. So a different meter type is typically referred to as a form. So a form 1S or 2S or 12S, these are different forms of meters. These meters are all the same platform and the same, they're all Riva Gen 5 meters, but they all have different forms. And so why do we need different forms? Well, that's because different premises have different kinds of electricity service. So the service that goes into my house is different than a service that goes into an apartment or a service that goes into a business. So the meters need to have specific hardware to accommodate different electricity services. So that's why we need different forms. So the two most common Xcel Energy residential meters are form 1S and form 2S. So this one right here that I'm showing is a 1S. That's a 120 volt service. That's the kind of electricity that comes out of your plug that you plug your phone into. The other meter I have prepared is a 2S. That's a 240 volt split phase meter. That's probably the most common meter for residential houses in the US. It allows you to have 240 volts for your big appliances, such as your electric dryer or your hot water heater or your oven. And so Xcel Energy has only tested the Xcel Energy Launchpad program on residential meters. So that is so those are the two forms of meters that I have here today.
And just to be clear, I mean, I think I just heard you say that Xcel's only tested this on residential meters, but is the intention that that'll eventually work on commercial meters as well, that might have much bigger loads?
That's the question best for Mr. Miller.
Okay.
Any other questions, Mr. Schlesinger? You're good?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Schroer? Mr. Smith?
No questions from staff, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Crampton?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Denman, is there anything else you wanted to follow up with Mr. Schroer?
No, thank you, Your Honor. If you're satisfied with the demonstration, so am I.
Yeah. Mr. Shore, that was extremely helpful. I could probably ask a million other questions, but I don't think it would be useful for purposes of this hearing. It would be more for educating me in my personal capacity, and I don't want to be wasting your time on that. This was extremely helpful, gave me a much better sense of how this all works, how the interface for customers works. Unless Mr. Denman are planning on calling Mr. Shore, I think he can probably be excused then.
Mr. Shore is not a witness for the company in either our direct or our rebuttal or our settlement testimony case. He was here to help Your Honor with the demonstration. So if it's okay with you to excuse him, I believe it's okay with us.
Great. Mr. Shore, I just wanted to say thank you one more time. As Mr. Denman indicated, I think everyone has asked their questions of you. You've done a wonderful demonstration and really helped us all understand this. So really appreciate it. Appreciate your time. And as far as I'm concerned, you are excused. It is a public hearing though, so if you want to continue listening in, you are more than welcome to do so.
Your Honor, I will leave. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Shore.
Mr. Shore. Thanks so much.
All right. So then, Mr. Denman, are we ready to proceed with the evidentiary part, where we're called testimonial part? Let's call it that.
Yeah. Better term. Your Honor, I have, as a preliminary matter, several decisions that are in our box.com that I want to request you take administrative notice of pursuant to Rule 1501C. There have been references either directly or indirectly to some of these decisions from the past. The reason I'm asking for administrative notice of these decisions is so that there's a better historical record. I'm reminded of the statement by the American philosopher George Santayana that those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, which more commonly has been in the vernacular as those who forget history are condemned to repeat it. So they are hearing exhibit 106, 107, 108, and 109, and 110. And I'll describe briefly what they are. Is Ms. Kunkel able to pull these out of our box.com?
Sure, I can just show one at a time.
That's what I would do. Let's start with hearing exhibit 106. This is decision C21-176. There was reference in Mission Data's testimony about a motion to reopen the original Advanced Grid Initiative and Security, or AGIS, proceeding. This decision denied that motion and ordered filing of a new application. Hearing exhibit 107 and I might explain some of these there are two different dockets. The 106 was 18A-0194E, and hearing exhibit 107 is decision C21-0177 in docket 16A-0588E. It is virtually identical to the other decision, but they are often discussed together. Then hearing exhibit 108. Is another decision in the 16A-0588E docket, that being C21-0378. It clarified the previous decisions that are in hearing exhibits 106 and 107, hearing exhibit 109. Although in a different docket number, is virtually identical to hearing exhibit 108. And I offer these, what may appear to be redundant decisions, just so the record is complete and the history is complete. And finally, hearing exhibit 110. Hearing exhibit 110 is a recommended decision of Chief ALJ Adams that approved a settlement agreement in 21A-0279E. And part of that exhibit is a settlement agreement. Mr. Murray had an exhibit that was only the settlement agreement, but without the decision that approved it and the discussion of Judge Adams. The story is incomplete. So we've offered this decision so that the decision and the settlement agreement called in the testimony the amended AGIS settlement agreement. And those are the decisions for administrative notice, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Denman. Are there any, I intend to take a judicial notice of them. I'm assuming, does anyone have any objections to me doing that?
And I might note for the record, Your Honor, that I, yesterday afternoon late, I sent an email to counsel in this case advising them of my intent to seek administrative notice of these decisions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Denman. Did anyone respond and object at all to that?
No one objected.
Okay.
In fact, I only heard from Mr. Schlesinger, who indicated he had no objection.
Okay. And I saw Mr. Schlesinger, you turned off your should I say, you turned on your microphone for a moment. Did you want to say anything?
I have an additional preliminary matter, so nothing at the moment.
Okay. All right. We will get to all of them. No worries. All right. I will take judicial notice of hearing exhibits 106, 107, 108, 109, and 110, which are all prior decisions of the commission. All right. I'm not going to rename them all. They are on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Denman. Anything else, Mr. Denman, that you wanted to address?
That was my single preliminary matter.
Okay. All right, Mr. Schlesinger, you indicated you had a preliminary matter you wanted to address as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the interest of trying to keep my cross-examination as short as possible, I did reach out to Public Service yesterday about several discovery responses, which have been pre-marked and are in missiondatasbox.com. It's hearing exhibits 402, 403, 404, and 405. And those are all discovery questions and responses that Mission Data issued to Public Service regarding its rebuttal testimony. And I understand that Public Service has agreed to stipulate to the admission of those exhibits, which will cut down on my cross-examination a bit. So I would like to move for the admission of those 4 hearing exhibits. Okay. I did not confer with staff or UCA about these, though.
Okay, well, we'll take that into consideration right now. Mr. Denman, is it true that you've stipulated to the admission of exhibits 402, 403, 404, and 405?
Well, we had an exchange of emails, and after consulting with my client, I did reply to Mr. Schlesinger, but what we talked about were discovery request and response numbers. And so if I could ask Your Honor to direct counsel to kindly associate with each of these exhibit numbers which discovery number, then I can confirm those are the ones that we stipulated to.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Schlesinger, can you identify which interrogatory questions and responses you're particularly interested in?
I can. And just as a point of order, are we sharing documents, or is the commission sharing documents? Because I have these, I could put them up on the screen. I think in the past the commission
We
shared
do that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, my incredible legal assistant Stephanie Kunkel will take care of pulling up anything you want her to pull up so that everyone can see it. She has the capability to do that. So shall we start with 402?
Yes, please. Yes, and 402 is mission data's discovery request 3-2, which if you scroll down was...
And response, it looks. So this is the request and the response.
That's right.
That
and
right?
the sponsor
Okay.
was Mr. Miller. So Mr. Denman's correct. I identified this as 3-2, which we have labeled as hearing exhibit 402. So I'll move for the admission of this.
Well, why don't we go through all of them, and then I just want to confirm which ones are which, and I believe I can then at the end of this confirm that these may be the documents to which I stipulated, but I didn't have exhibit numbers when we discussed this. So, and
can I ask one clarifying question real quick? Is this the entire discovery response, or have you already edited it down to just the portions that you're interested in?
This is the entire discovery response.
Okay. Okay, so it's just a 2-page. Okay, thank you. All right.
So we can pull up 403, or I'm sorry.
So exhibit 402 is in reference to discovery request and response 3-2, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Mr. Denman, are you ready to move on to the next one?
Yes,
then?
please. Thank you.
Okay, 403.
Yes, 403 is mission data's discovery request 3-3.
Hang on a second. Ms. Kunkel, can you put up 403? Okay, 403. Great.
Yes, so this is the request and the response to mission data's discovery request 3-3, sponsored by Mr. Miller as well.
Okay. Next one, 404.
Yep, and 404 again is mission data's discovery request and the company's response to discovery request 3-4, which was sponsored by also Mr. Miller.
Okay. Great. And exhibit 405.
Yes, and 405 on the screen is mission data discovery request and public services response to mission data DR 3-5. I missed her down there, but.
And thank you, Mr. Schlesinger, for doing that. Your Honor, we've now gone through, and I can confirm that hearing exhibits 402, 403, 404, and 405 are indeed the discovery requests, objections, and responses that we discussed, and we will stipulate to their admissibility.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Smith, does the staff have any objection to the admission of hearing exhibits 402, 403, 404, or 405, which are discovery requests and responses 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, and 3-5?
We do not, Your Honor. I would just reiterate that we were not there was no conferral done with staff on this. I mean, I suppose that's fine for the purpose of what we're doing here, but I would just ask that for all parties, kind of in the future, if we're going to do a conferral, like if we could include all the parties on something like that, that would be helpful.
Sure, Mr. Smith, but that's something to take up with the other parties,
not necessarily
with me. So
I understand.
That's why I'm asking you right now.
Yeah, so. we have no objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, there you are, Ms. Crampton. do you have any objection to the admission of hearing exhibits 402, 403, 404, 405?
No objection from UCA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. All right. Hearing exhibits 402, 403, 404, and 405 will then be admitted into evidence without objection. Okay. Any other preliminary matters, Mr. Schlesinger?
Only a request that we do a brief break before we start with the testimony.
Oh, that was my plan. Not to worry, I need a break as well. But let's get this preliminary matters out of the way so we can dive right in once we take a break. Before I continue, Mr. Denman, did you have any other preliminary measures?
I did not, Your Honor. I was going to inquire, though, whether when you intend to get to hearing exhibit 500.
When do I intend to get to it?
Right.
That's, well, kind of, I'm not sure what you want me to, I mean, that's kind of you, isn't it?
But, well, typically, hearing exhibit 500 lists all of the pre-filed testimony and attachments or exhibits, and you know, at some point you'll ask if we all will agree to have it admitted along with all the pre-filed testimony and exhibits.
We will take care of that in just a moment. But
Okay,
let me find,
thank you.
I want to first address if you have any other preliminary matters on behalf of public service.
Yes, ma'am. I do not. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Smith, do you have any other preliminary matters you want to get into before we get into the testimonial part?
No, Your Honor, not other than Mr. Abiadun's availability, but other than that, nothing further from staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Crampton, anything from UCA?
No preliminary matters. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's do this. One other thing, as Mr. Denman correctly suggested, shall we take care of hearing exhibit 500, which is should be the list of all the exhibits and all the testimony. Ms. Kunkel, can you pull up hearing exhibit 500? Okay. Mr. Denman, did you want to move for the admission of hearing exhibit 500?
I can do that. Having reviewed it, it appears to be complete of the pre-filed direct, well, all the pre-filed testimony, including the settlement testimony and the settlement agreement. I'm just looking at the print too small. So oh, thank you, Ms. Kunkel. That's a lot easier. It appears to be complete, and we have no objection to the admissibility of hearing exhibit 500.
Okay. Mr. Schlesinger, do you have any objection?
No objection. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Crampton?
No objection. Thank you.
Okay, so hearing exhibit 500 will also be admitted into evidence without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other preliminary matters before we take a little break before we start the testimony? Just put up
we
your
have
hand.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denman. I don't see any other hands. It looks okay. So let's do this. Let's take a break until 10:35, a 10-minute break to get up, stretch your legs, use the restroom if you need to. All right. We will be reconvene in 11 minutes at 10:35 a.m. All right. Thank you very much. All right, can everyone hear me? 10:35.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tracy, are you back and ready to proceed?
I am.
Okay. All right. Just quickly, just let me lay out how I intend to proceed. This is Public Service's unopposed motion to approve the settlement. So Public Service will be going first, followed by staff and then UCA, and then Mission Data, who is objecting to the motion to approve, will have the opportunity to cross-examine. Does that sound acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking quickly at the cross-examination matrix, and it looks like we've got a total of, 5 witnesses listed, but only 3 appear to be testifying. Is that right? Is that still the case? Mr. Denman, do you know?
Well, I believe so.
Okay. And okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? Do you have any sense of timing? It looks like we've got about 3 hours worth of testimony now. Is that right?
Approximately, yes, according to the matrix, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's see how long Mr. Pascucci takes, and maybe we'll look into taking a lunch break when he's completed. Does that sound right? If that was going to be your first witness, I don't know. I'm looking at the order they are on the cross-examination matrix. I'm not sure if that's the order you plan on proceeding.
Well, Your Honor, it is.
Okay.
Mr. Pascucci first, then Mr. Miller.
Okay.
And I will just add, Your Honor, I mean, I reserved an hour for each of Public Services witnesses, out of an abundance of caution. It is my hope that I'll come in under that.
Okay, great. Well, let's see how things progress. And why don't we go ahead and get started with the testimonial portion. Go ahead, Mr. Denman, if you're ready to call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Public Service Company calls Michael Pascucci.
All right. Mr. Pascucci, if you'd go ahead and make sure your camera's on and you're unmuted right now.
Yes, my camera should be on and I should be unmuted.
You are. I can hear you just fine. Now, if you would go ahead and raise your right hand with me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Your witness, Mr. Denman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pascucci, please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Michael Pascucci, Michael. Pascucci, P like Peter, Ascucci.
And Mr. Pascucci, by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by Public Service Company of Colorado.
And what's your position?
I am Director of Regulatory Policy.
And are you familiar with the instant application for approval of the SDK?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And as part of your work on this case, did you cause to have pre-filed direct testimony in hearing exhibit 101, rebuttal testimony in hearing exhibit 103? And I'll stop there. Those.
Yes, I did.
And did you participate in settlement negotiations in this case?
Yes, I did.
And is hearing exhibit 105 your pre-filed settlement testimony along with an attachment MVP-1, the settlement agreement in this case?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you have any corrections to that testimony to offer this morning?
No, I do not.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions and all of those pre-filed testimonies here today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I tender Mr. Pascucci for cross-examination. Thank you. And I note that we've admitted all those exhibits when we admitted hearing exhibit 500. So.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Denman.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Smith, did you have any questions for Mr. Pascucci?
No, Your Honor. No questions.
Okay. And Ms. Crampton, do you have any questions on behalf of UCA for Mr. Pascucci?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schlesinger, are you ready to, and do you have any cross-examination of Mr. Pascucci?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead. You may begin your cross.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pascucci. We have met before, but for the record, my name is Jake Schlesinger. I'm here representing Mission Data today. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you too, Mr. Schlesinger.
I want to start by talking about a particular term in the settlement agreement, which allows the company to discontinue the SDK, the software development kit, to discontinue support for that at the earlier of December 31st, 2027, or the use of the full 2,000 hours of technical support contemplated in the amended AGIS settlement. You're familiar with that term, yes?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I know that some of this may be a bit repetitive from the demonstration, but just want to really be clear about what all of these things are. So SDK, the software development kit, is just a set of sample codes that a developer could download for free to make sure that whatever device or application they are manufacturing, for example, a smart thermostat, would be able to receive data directly from one of Excel's smart meters. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And it's also true, is it not, that a developer doesn't have to use the SDK code. They could write their own code. And as long as their code uses the IEEE 2030.5 standard, their device should also work, right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And the amended AGIS settlement included this SDK and support for the SDK as a means of helping this third-party energy management market get started. Is that fair?
I wasn't part of that settlement agreement, but yeah, my general understanding is that the SDK was provided as an assistance or a tool to help developers looking to create applications.
Okay, and that term to provide the SDK, that was in the amended AGIS settlement, which was approved by the commission, right?
The term that the company would offer the software development kit and 2,000 hours of support? Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you. And the SDK is already being offered. It's already out there. Some developers are using it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the company doesn't actually need any regulatory approval to offer it. It's already been approved, right?
The company has been approved to offer it, yes. And I think in our settlement agreement, in our proposal, we're essentially revisiting the issue to ensure that we have the approval to continue offering it.
Okay, and the new settlement agreement, the one in this proceeding, well, actually, let me back up and ask a foundational question. The amended AGIS settlement agreement from the previous proceeding contemplated up to 2,000 hours of support, but didn't have a limit in time, right? That 2,000 hours didn't have to be used by a particular time, did it?
No, I'm not aware of a timeline or time restriction on that, no.
Okay. But the new settlement does create a time restriction, December 31st, 2027, right?
Yeah, the new settlement does include a provision that at the earlier of December 31st, 2027, or the use of the 2,000 hours, the company could seek to discontinue use of the SDK. The reason that we put that in there was a lack of usage today, and wanting to be cognizant that this, to some degree, incurs a cost to customers. And if it's not being utilized, we didn't think it was prudent to continue incurring that cost for customers.
Okay. Do you know how many parties joined the amended AGIS settlement agreement?
I do not know.
Would you at least agree with me that not all of the parties that joined the amended AGIS settlement agreement are represented in this proceeding?
I will trust that there were more parties in that proceeding than there were in this one. Yes.
Okay. And so not all of the parties that signed the amended Aegis settlement agreement are parties to this new settlement agreement, right?
To the extent that, yes, a party to that settlement agreement did neither, I guess, intervene in this proceeding or join the settlement agreement, yes, that would be an accurate statement.
Okay. Do you know when will the company finish its residential advanced meter deployment?
We expect to have all of our meters installed, or I should say, we will attempt to install all of our meters by the end of 2025. And so that timeline provides an additional 2 years that the SDK will operate after that.
Okay, so 2 years after the AMI has been deployed, the company could cease support for the SDK.
We would have to file or post a 90-day notice seeking to do so, at which point parties could respond to that and indicate that they do not support the discontinuation, and staff has the ability to further escalate that request to the commission if they find that our request is deficient.
But other parties don't have the ability to further escalate to the commission, just staff?
The way that I've seen 90-day notices used in other proceedings, such as in demand side management, I believe staff has that, and the way it's set up here is similar. I apologize, I don't know legally if someone could otherwise file a formal complaint or some other motion, but at least staff has the ability, and staff would have the ability to see any other parties' comments on that. So if parties were to raise issues that raise deficiencies and the company didn't address them, I would expect staff would at least be aware of those and could form an opinion on whether it needed to be escalated.
Okay. Would you agree with me? Well, I guess first, it's correct, isn't it, that the AMI meters that the company is deploying to its residential customers represent or they include a Wi-Fi capability, right?
Yes.
And would you agree that Wi-Fi capable meters are a new technology in public services territory?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to ask you about a statement. I'm sorry, I thought I heard an interruption. I'd like to ask you about a statement that you made in your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 103. And we can pull it up if we want, but I don't know that we need to. The page number was 13. And in there, you were responding to staff witness Haglin's contention that the data delivery study may be biased or overly influenced by Itron's representations because he believed that Itron had a financial interest at stake that could color the results of the study. Do you remember responding to that?
I do, but if I could ask Ms. Kunkel if that's appropriate, if she wouldn't mind just bringing that up for me.
And that's at line 15, about there.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to look at that.
Okay, and in your response, you note that it makes no logical sense, or you claim that it makes no logical sense that Itron would bias the results against direct data upload, since it would allow meter data to be shared with third parties while simultaneously endorsing a cloud solution which also shares data with third parties. Correct? That was your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so my first question is, what do you mean that Itron endorses a cloud solution? What can you explain what the basis of that statement is?
What I was referencing there is that in conducting the study and working when Accenture, this study, the third-party studier, worked with Itron, that Itron had indicated that based on the meter architecture, direct data upload was not feasible, but that an Itron cloud solution was. So they were, I think, effectively saying that should there be an Itron cloud solution, it would provide that data there. To my knowledge, Itron does not today have a cloud solution.
Okay. And in the data delivery study, you also examined the possibility of an Xcel Energy cloud solution, correct?
That's correct. The study did evaluate an Xcel Energy cloud solution.
And if Xcel decided to pursue that, the Xcel cloud solution, isn't it true that that would still be developed in conjunction with and using Itron's capabilities?
I would probably need to defer that question to Mr. Miller. He's a little bit more of a technical expert on how such a cloud would be developed.
Okay. You also stated on page 14 of this same testimony at line 3 that Itron's contract is very clear that they have no ability to collect or monetize customer data. My question is, the Itron cloud solution, which we were just talking about, that's not included in Public Service's current contract with Itron, is it?
I do not believe so.
So that would be something additional that Public Service would need to negotiate and purchase from Itron.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And isn't it correct that the data delivery study found that the Itron cloud solution would cost approximately $22 to $26 million?
Those numbers sound accurate, yes.
Okay. So if the Itron cloud solution were selected over the direct download, or I'm sorry, the direct data upload solution, isn't it true that Itron would get paid to do that?
Object calls for speculation. And Your Honor, I might note that the data delivery study about which Mr. Schlesinger is inquiring is one of Mr. Miller's exhibits. So while preliminary foundational questions might work with Mr. Pascucci, if I hear something that goes directly to inquiring about that data delivery study, I will object as the wrong witness.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Denham. Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm simply testing Mr. Pascucci's assertion that Itron doesn't have the ability to collect or monetize customer data, and that and his earlier statement that Itron doesn't have any monetary or financial bias. And so I'm simply asking about the Itron cloud solution and whether that goes against his statement.
Well, you were asking, specifically whether this was going to be accurate. Why didn't you ask him whether he knows how much this is going to cost Itron? And that way it won't be so speculative.
Sure. Do you believe that if the Itron cloud solution were selected, that Itron would receive additional revenues to develop that?
I think there's a distinction between whether Itron receives revenues to develop a cloud solution and whether Itron can collect and monetize customer data. What I was indicating in my testimony here is that Itron does not have the ability to collect customer data, analyze that data, and then attempt to sell services to Public Services customers, not indicating that Itron would not be receiving funding or would be contracted with Public Service for any other service. So I think I'd clarify or clarify that, provide that clarification to what I'm saying in my testimony here.
Okay, but you did say that it makes no logical sense that Itron would bias the results against direct data upload. And so my question is, I guess, first, would Itron receive revenues if direct data upload were selected?
Again,
Yes,
Your Honor, that I object. That calls for speculation. There's no way Mr. Pascucci could know about a future event like that. And I think counsel has made the point he's attempting to make here.
Mr. Schlesinger, I tend to agree with Mr. Denham. Do you want to respond?
No, I can move on.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schlesinger. Go ahead.
All right, let's talk a little bit more specifically about direct data upload and what that is. And just to be clear, it's nothing like the SDK, right? Because SDK is a code, as we established, as opposed to direct data upload, which is a method for customers to share data directly from their meter to a third-party URL. Is that a correct understanding?
My understanding is with direct data upload, that is a method to share. The SDK is a software library that allows the creation of applications that allows a customer to share their data with a third party. Yes.
Okay. And the company committed to evaluating the feasibility of direct data upload by the terms of the amended AGIS settlement, right?
That's correct. The terms of this, I'm sorry, Mr. Schlesinger, the terms of this settlement agreement or the amended settlement agreement from the previous proceeding?
Correct. I'll restate the question. The company committed to evaluating the feasibility of direct data upload via the terms of the amended AGIS settlement, right?
Yes, thank you for restating that for me. And yes, we committed as part of that settlement agreement to studying the feasibility of direct data upload.
Okay. And the company concludes in this proceeding that direct data upload is currently infeasible, right?
I maybe add a slight modification to that. The study was conducted by Accenture, who was a third party, and their study determined that it was not feasible based on their analysis and investigation of the feasibility of it. The company agrees with the conclusions of the study, but just really wanted to clarify this was not a study conducted by the company and its personnel directly. We contracted with a third party to do so.
Oh, okay, fair enough. But the company did form conclusions based on that study. And I can point you here to page 18 of your rebuttal testimony at line 9. Where you state, in short, the company's conclusion is that addressing barriers would at this time would not be in the best interest of our customers because it would, 1, increase cybersecurity and data privacy risks, and 2, require a renegotiation of the company's meter contract under a condition where the company has no leverage to negotiate a positive outcome for our customers. So the company is drawing a conclusion from the study, right?
Yes, I think that's a fair characterization. Yes.
Okay. And you're making the argument here that there's really kind of 2 main reasons. One is cybersecurity concerns, and the other is a lack of leverage in renegotiating the company's Itron contract, right?
Yes, that's correct. As I think I go on to say in there that should the company attempt to renegotiate a contract after being ordered to do so by the company, I think it's fairly likely Itron would have the upper hand in that negotiation, as they know we have a requirement to do so and would be in a better position to dictate terms to the company.
Okay. Let's talk about the concerns about cybersecurity first, though. So you, on page 20, starting at line 1, you state that the primary concern with direct data upload is that it significantly increases the cybersecurity risk by allowing unfettered access to the meter. So that's the primary concern, right? Is that third parties would have access to the meter to install applications, right?
Yes, that's my understanding, is that this could allow a customer to authorize as many different applications on the meter as they want. And the more access people have to the meter, or developers, third parties, customers have to a meter, the more that increases the cybersecurity risk associated with that.
Okay. And then you go on to say here that to the extent parties to this proceeding believe these risks are overstated or can be mitigated, none have explained why or offered any recommendations. But Mr. Pascucci, did you read Mr. Murray's answer testimony in this proceeding?
I did, yes.
And wouldn't you agree that he offered testimony stating that these cybersecurity risks and the concept that developers would have access to the meters were overstated? Do you recall that portion of his testimony?
I don't recall that. If you can reference it for me, I'd be happy to look at it.
That's okay. I'm not going to take the time to do that at the moment, but let me ask you this. Wouldn't you agree that it would be possible under the direct data upload scenario for Itron to develop an agent that would facilitate direct data upload without offering the opportunity for third parties to install apps on the meter?
That's probably a better question for Mr. Miller, as is a technical app development question. I would defer to him.
Okay, sir, but you stated in your testimony that the cybersecurity concern was that third parties would have unfettered access to the meter, and I'm asking you whether you agree that there's an alternative solution or not. And I can refer you to the data delivery study if you'd like me to refresh your recollection on that.
And I'm just telling you, Mr. Schlesinger, that as far as whether that does or does not resolve it, and Mr. Miller is the technical expert who'd be better positioned to answer whether it does or does not. Based on my understanding and conversations with Xcel Energy employees, it would not. But to the extent that it is a more technical question you're asking, he would be the better person to ask.
Okay, well, let me ask a non-technical question here. If third parties weren't allowed to install apps on the meter, would that resolve your concern about unfettered access? Putting aside any other potential concerns?
Yes, I think if third parties were not able to access the meter directly, that could resolve some of the concerns we have. I think where you and I may be, where I may be misunderstanding or talking past each other is whether that is actually feasible to be done. And that's where I was saying, I think that's kind of a technical question for Mr. Miller is such an agent feasible? I can't speak to. So,
okay. Did you read the data delivery study? Are you familiar with it at least, or
I'm generally familiar with the data delivery study? Yes.
Okay. Can we just take a look here to refresh Mr. Pascucci's recollection? This is hearing exhibit 100, I believe. It's attachment JTM1, which is the data delivery study.
It's 102.
Oh, I apologize, 102. And if we could look at page 16.
Mr. Schlesinger, could you look and say it's hearing exhibit 102? Is it a particular attachment?
Yeah, sorry. It's hearing exhibit 102, attachment JTM, Rev 1.
Okay. JTM-1 or -2?
JTM-1.
JTM-1. Okay, that's what I need. Thank you so much.
Okay. And I'm sorry, there are no line numbers here, so I need to just scan the page. If we could scroll down a little bit. I'm looking for the phrase, "it is possible," if that helps, or "it is also possible."
Okay.
Is this page 16? Oh, yes.
It looks like it might be in the fourth line.
Thank you. I was skimming past that. Mr. Pascucci, on this page 16 of the data delivery study, did you read this section which states it is also possible that a single shared agent could be developed that would allow a change in destination based on a configuration file change? This shared agent could be developed by Itron or Xcel to meet their strict security requirements. So do you believe that based on that passage that it would be possible for Itron or Xcel to develop an agent that would avoid the need for third parties to install apps on the meter?
Yes, based on the language here in the Accenture study, it is possible. They found that it could be possible.
Do you know what additional cybersecurity risks might remain if Itron or Xcel or some other trusted vendor were to develop this agent?
I do not know. I would probably defer that question to Mr. Miller.
Okay. But again, your first concern was cybersecurity risks related to unfettered access. And I think you've agreed that this possibility removes that particular concern, correct?
Based on the language in the Accenture report, yes, there is a possibility that could be addressed.
Okay. So the remaining concern then that you stated is negotiating leverage and renegotiating the contract. And you've already stated why that is. So let me ask you this. Would Excel be in a weak position if it had to renegotiate on other terms of the Itron contract, or is something specific about this term that makes it particularly difficult?
I think it depends on what it was that we were renegotiating and why. As I think I stated earlier, should the commission order us to renegotiate a contract to do a certain thing, I think that situation would provide most of the leverage to, in this case, Itron, as they know we have a directive to go and do something, and they could dictate the terms or have a better ability to dictate the terms. Should Xcel Energy approach Itron or approach a third party, I think under different circumstances, we would have different leverage in that. It would be a voluntary request versus a commission directive.
Okay. Do you know whether Excel has attempted to renegotiate or make amendments to the Itron contract regarding any technical functionality of any kind since it was originally executed?
I believe there have been several renegotiations of that contract since it was originally executed.
Do you happen to know which terms were renegotiated?
I don't know. I was not part of any of the renegotiations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pascucci. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schlesinger. Mr. Pascucci, I do have a few questions. The piece I am not understanding is, can you give me a sense of how much maintaining and continuing the SDK is going to cost ratepayers on average per ratepayer and, altogether?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the settlement agreement to some degree touches on this in that we do have a deferral set up that caps at about $1.25 million. The reason we set that level at 1.25 is the assumption that it costs about $1 million a year to maintain the SDK with updates and others. And I'm talking about this from a technical kind of operations and maintenance perspective, from the perspective of providing the third-party customer support, the third-party customer support that is separate and incremental cost from that. But it's about $1 million a year for the operation and maintenance to maintain, kind of do the technical updating to it to ensure that it's operational and available.
Okay. And approximately how many developers have taken advantage of the SDK and prepared and produced apps based on that data?
For the exact number, I wouldn't refer you to Mr. Miller. I think he has a better understanding of that. My understanding from conversations with him and others is that there are several different, I'll say, third parties utilizing it. Whether they are, what we have a lot of are individual customers who are, I'll say, tech savvy customers that have developed apps or have at least sought to develop their own apps.
So you're talking about like individual customers who just kind of jury-rig their own little system.
That's my understanding. Yeah, that there are customers who maybe work in the development space already and are developing those sorts of things. There are some customers capable of doing that.
But you yourself don't have a sense of how many customers that is?
No, I don't. Apologies. I probably referred you to Mr. Miller on that.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because one of the positions public service has taken in this is that, the SDK has not been utilized to the extent you'd hoped or anticipated. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, you were planning up to 2,000 uses, and I think I saw 100 in one of the documents. Does that sound about right to you? And I will ask Mr. Miller as well. I know you said you don't know, but I'm just trying to probe as deep as you can go.
Yes, my understanding is it's just much less than what we expected, and our awareness,
Okay.
at least of the number of applications out there, is less than we expected.
So it's $1 million a year to maintain it and keep it going, and only about 100 people have used it. Okay. All right, let me check and see if I have any other questions. Sorry, just bear with me for one moment. I had a list, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. I don't think so. All right, I don't think I have anything else at this time, Mr. Pascucci. All right.
Your Honor, I know this is somewhat unusual, but would it be possible for me to ask a follow-up question based on those questions?
Yes, I was going to give everyone the opportunity, but I was going to ask Mr. Denman first and then go down the line. So just bear with me for one moment. Mr. Denman, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to object. Mr. Schlesinger had his chance. And on the other hand, this commission usually does not allow recross after redirect. And so it depends on what he's going to ask him. Maybe it's not objectionable, maybe it is. But I'll go ahead and do my redirect, which is short, if you wish.
Okay. Give me one moment, Mr. Denman, if you don't mind. Okay. Mr. Pascucci, if I could just ask you this question. This is referring on page 19 is section 4D1 of your testimony. It says, on an annual basis within the DSP proceeding, the company will file the following retrospective reporting information about DI capabilities to date. And this is a settlement agreement, including a list of applications deployed on meters. Has public service filed an annual report on this issue in the DSP proceeding? And I can, Ms. Kunkel anticipates what I wanted. She's on exhibit 400, page 19. Oh, wait, section 4D, 60. So, Mr. Pascucci,
Sorry, what page was that? There's only 10 pages to this. You said section 6D?
Section 60. Oh, I'm sorry.
I believe we might be referring to the amended Aegis settlement.
The amended Aegis
settlement, to the settlement agreement in the SDK proceeding.
Yes, Mr. Pascucci, you are correct.
There are a lot of settlement agreements in this.
Yes, it is. Yes, and I'm trying very hard to keep them all straight. But okay, it should be exhibit 400, page 19. Ms. Kunkel, can you find it or no?
Yeah, you said 400, page 19?
Believe so. Attachment MEM-1, that helps. It's the settlement, the earlier settlement agreement. Yeah, that's the one. And that one is longer, so page 19 of that. Perfect. Okay, That refers to, on an annual basis within the DSP proceeding, the company will file the following retrospective reporting information about DI capabilities to date. So the question I had was, has Public Service filed an annual report on this issue in that DSP proceeding?
The company has filed its DSP reporting. I think what I might clarify here is, and Mr. Miller can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but the applications we're talking about here are not necessarily DI capable applications. They are two kind of separate types of applications, is my understanding, is that that home assistant that Mr. Schroer showed us earlier is not a DI agent, but is an application that connects to the meter or allows a customer to authorize a third party to access meter data. A DI capability is the actual installation of an application on the meter that works on the software platform on the meter. So I believe those are distinct capabilities.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pescucci. I appreciate that. All right. I don't think I have any other question. Mr. Denman, did you want to do any redirect?
Maybe a couple of things to clarify. Mr. Pescucci, just returning to what the judge just asked you, can you tell us for the record what DSP means?
Distribution System Plan.
Okay. And a distribution system plan doesn't deal with individual customer meters, and it is a far broader in scope and different from the proceeding we're in here today. Is that correct?
The distribution system plan is distinct from the Aegis proceedings, and whereas in Aegis we've talked specifically about meters, the types of meters to be deployed, capabilities. The distribution system plan, at a general level, looks at a higher level of planning for distribution investments on our system.
Okay, and what does the acronym DI stand for?
It stands for Distributed Intelligence. That is that software platform that I had mentioned operates on the meter.
Okay. And just one follow-up. There's been reference to what's been called the amended AGIS settlement agreement, and it was the attachment that Ms. Kunkel just pulled up. And for the record, it's also attachment A to hearing exhibit 110, which is the decision of Judge Adams approving that settlement agreement, and then attachment A to his decision is settlement agreement. Were you involved in negotiating or crafting that settlement agreement?
I was not, no.
Okay, and so as far as you're concerned, the words in the settlement agreement are what they are. It speaks for itself, in other words.
Yes, I'd agree.
Okay. Your Honor, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Denman. Mr. Denman, I know it's not the norm, but I just want to make sure any questions anyone has based on the questions I asked Mr. Pescucci are followed up on, and so we're not leaving any loose ends. Mr. Smith, do you have any final follow-up questions for Mr. Pescucci?
No, Your Honor, no questions.
Thank you. Ms. Crampton, do you?
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Schlesinger, you indicated you did. Did you have some follow-up questions based on the questions I asked Mr. Pescucci?
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Pescucci, ALJ Han asked you about the cost of maintaining the SDK, and I believe you stated it was about $1 million a year. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know approximately how many customers Public Service has?
Electric customers, I believe, approximately 1.4, 1.5 million customers.
Okay, so the cost per customer is less than $1 a day or $1 a year, correct?
For this specific part of the cost, yes, it would be less than $1 or approximately $1 per year, something like that.
Okay. And you mentioned that, some customers are developing apps, tech savvy customers that may be in the development space. You recall that?
Yes.
Would it be possible, you think, for one of those customers to develop an app that they then share or commercialize and make available to other customers?
Certainly possible, yes.
And so other customers could benefit from those few customers that are developing those applications or devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. I guess one last kind of open-ended question here. Do you know why it costs $1 million a year to maintain the SDK? I mean, based on the demonstration this morning, it looked like some code on a website. Well, what's the $1 million a year going towards?
I'm not totally sure what the specific breakdown of that would be.
Okay. Do you think Mr. Miller would know?
Mr. Miller likely has a better idea of what it would go to than I would. And
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm compelled to ask one other follow-up question.
I was just going to ask if you did.
Thank you. Mr. Pascucci, you just spoke with Mr. Schlesinger that Public Service Company in Colorado has 1.4 million electric customers. I think you said. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I believe I said it's approximately 1.4, 1.5 million, something in that range.
Okay. And do you know how many of those customers actually have used the SDK and third-party apps to take advantage of the features offered in the demonstration this morning?
I don't know exactly how many have, but certainly much less than 1 million customers.
So if it were 1,000 customers, the average cost of maintaining SDK would be significantly more than an average of $1 per customer, wouldn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Denman. All right. Anything else from Mr. Pascucci, or can we, Mr. Pascucci, be excused now?
We have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Pascucci, you may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Pascucci. It was helpful and informative. I appreciate that. All right, Mr. Denman, do you have another witness?
Yes. We call Mr. Joel Miller, and someone was supposed to make sure he was on Zoom. Give us a few minutes off the record.
Do you want us to
take long.
do you want to take a quick 5-minute break right now?
Yeah, well, frankly, the person who was going to make sure that happened was supposed to be following this. Let me double check.
Okay. Why don't we do? Let's take a quick break until 11:30 so that we can get Mr. Miller on the line and ready to go. Okay. So 6-minute break until 11:30.
God.
Stephen?
Hi, Your Honor, Mr. Miller was able to successfully log in to the Zoom. Mr. Miller, just hang tight till the judge comes back. Your Honor, Mr. Miller was able to successfully log in to the Zoom. It appeared someone had the webcast on because there's a 90-second delay from real time. So I just heard myself talking.
It was me.
Well, please turn that off.
Yep, I was in the process of killing everything.
All right, we took a little break to make sure that Mr. Miller could get online with us. I see his name up there, so I think Mr. Miller is ready to go. Is that true, Mr. Denman?
Yes, ma'am. The Zoom sometimes plays tricks on you, and it took him a little longer to log in, but he's here.
No worries. That's the nature of it. It works great in many ways, but it's still technology. Before we get started with Mr. Miller, Mr. Smith, I wanted to let you know that I reviewed all my notes and checked in with my advisor, and I don't think we're going to have any questions for Mr. Abidun. So if he wants to take off, I think that'll be okay, if that's okay with all the other parties. Mr. Denman, do you anticipate having any questions for staff?
No, we do not, and we have no objection to him being released.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Denman. How about you, Mr. Schlesinger? Are you okay with releasing Mr. Abidun?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
and Mr. Abidun, thank you for hanging out with us. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have anything before I let you go and then couldn't find you. All right, Mr. Denman, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay, go ahead.
Public Service calls Joel Miller.
All right, Mr. Miller, make sure your camera is on and you are unmuted. If you go ahead and raise your right hand with me. All right, Mr. Miller, do you swear
Yes.
or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Denman, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, please state your name and address.
Joel Miller. I work at 1800 Larimer in Denver, Colorado.
And
Joel,
what is, go ahead, please.
Joelmiller.
I thought that was so easy to spell, but thank you. What's your position?
I'm Director of Advanced Grid Customer Solutions,
And for whom are you employed?
Xcel Energy.
Are you familiar with the incident application in proceeding 23A-0471E? That's
Yep.
the SDK application.
Yes, I am.
And did you cause to be prepared and pre-filed certain direct testimony in hearing exhibit 102 along with two attachments, JTM-1 Rev 1 and JTM-2 Rev 1?
Yes, I did.
And did you also cause to be filed hearing exhibit 104 rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any corrections to your pre-filed testimony?
No, I do not.
Thank you. If I were to ask you the same questions in hearing exhibits 102 and 104 here today, would your answers be the same under oath?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller is available for cross-examination.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Denman. Mr. Smith, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Miller?
We do not, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Crampton, do you have any cross-examination for Mr. Miller?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. Mr. Schlesinger, cross-examination of Mr. Miller.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And just as a heads up, I do think that I'll be closer to the hour with Mr. Miller, just for your own planning purposes.
All right, well, it would be okay to go and let me check in with our court reporter too. Was she okay going until about 12:30 and then taking a lunch break, or do you want to go 30 minutes and then eat lunch? Tracy,
Either is fine with me, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Schlesinger, which is better for you and your injured foot?
I think we can just go ahead and get through it, but I'll let you know if my dogs start barking.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning still, Mr. Miller. We have not met. My name is Jake Schlesinger. I'm representing Mission Data in this proceeding. Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Okay, so I would like to start talking about your direct testimony, which is hearing exhibit 102, and we can pull it up for ease if that works. I am looking at page 7, line 16, where you explain that the company currently has 3 products that enable customers to share 1-second data with authorized third parties via a local polling application. And those are Gateway Software Development Kit, Bring Your Own Device, and Xcel Energy Launchpad. And I'd like to kind of discuss each of those things and what they are. Okay?
Okay.
And just to be clear, all 3 of these things together are what enables customers to share data via the local polling application, right?
Correct.
Okay. So first, let's talk about the Gateway SDK, which we've talked about quite a bit. And I think we've already acknowledged that what it is it's a set of code that a developer or a savvy customer could download and install to communicate with their smart meter.
As Mr. Schroer demonstrated earlier today, it is a library of code, example code, as well as instructions for how to develop your own app.
Okay. And the SDK utilizes or follows IEEE 2030.5's standard protocol, right?
It follows that protocol to access the meter, correct?
Okay. So if I were more technically savvy, I could download the SDK to my laptop or any computer and then get the data directly from my meter at home after I've authorized it, right?
You're missing a big step in the middle, which is you need a software application to do that.
Okay, so downloading the SDK onto my computer by itself will not allow me to access my meter data. I'd need to develop an app.
It is not a software application. It is a library to enable a developer to write a software application.
Okay. So for example, if I were to buy a smart thermostat, whoever made that smart thermostat would be the one accessing the SDK library and utilizing it in their software that goes on the thermostat, right?
Possibly. They possibly would also just use the 2030.5 protocols to develop their own access.
Okay. And did you watch the demonstration this morning?
Yes, I did.
And would you agree with me that Mr. Schroer did not demonstrate the functionality of the SDK itself? He didn't demonstrate that the code works, right?
I think your understanding of the SDK is incorrect.
Okay, fair enough. But is my question answerable? Did he demonstrate that the SDK is a working sample set of code?
Assuming that the third party that he demonstrated used the SDK, yes.
Okay, but we don't know whether the third party Home Assistant that he demonstrated used the SD code or not, do we?
He demonstrated that you have the ability to register and download example code that you can use to develop your own application.
Mr. Schaffer and Mr. Miller, I'm really, really, really sorry. I need to interrupt for just one moment. I need to take a quick 2-minute break. My son just ran in to tell me that he's smelling gas in our basement, and I need to make sure that that's not something serious. So if you could just give me just a couple minutes, don't anybody even leave. I'm not even going to call a recess. I'll just be back as quickly as I possibly can. Sorry. Thank you. All right, I'm so sorry. I apologize profusely for that. It's nothing but, teenagers. So thank you for indulging me for just letting me run out for just a quick second to make sure that my house wasn't about to blow up. It's not, so we're all good.
Glad it's okay.
I'm not going to belittle it. I think he just turned on the stove wrong, honestly. But
At least he's well trained.
well, obviously not well enough. So we'll get there. All right. Sorry. Please, Mr. Schlesinger, Mr. Miller, continue.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just kind of reorient myself here. The SDK is sample code, I think, as you've already acknowledged. My question is, will it work on if I download it and design an app, will it work with any meter in the company's service territory?
It is designed to work with the Riva meter, Riva 5 meter, which is the basis of all of our meters. It has been tested with residential meters, as Mr. Schroer demonstrated this morning. We just began deploying commercial meters. We have not tested it with commercial meters yet.
Okay, so you don't know at this point whether or not it would work with the commercial meters or not?
Not at this time.
Okay. And does the company intend to make sure, I mean, it sounds like you're in the testing phase, so is it the company's intention to make sure that it will work with commercial meters?
That is our intent.
Okay.
That would be, and I believe if you go back to the AGIS agreement, there is no differentiation between meter types. So in order to be in compliance with that, I would assume we would have to make sure it works with all meters.
Yes, I agree. And would you agree generally that commercial customers are a little bit more conscious and savvy about managing their energy usage than a residential customer typically?
I'd have to assume. I don't know for certain.
Okay. And is there a way that the company is intending to notify the commission or parties when that testing for the commercial meters has been complete?
I don't know the reporting protocol.
Do you know whether the company intends to file an application similar to this one at the commission once it's complete?
I would assume it's in the annual reporting, but I would not know.
Okay. But once all of the meter types are deployed and the SDK has been tested on them, the intent would be that I could use the SDK developed app or the app developed with SDK on any meter in the service territory, right? If it was on my computer, and I had the authorization, I could take it from one location to another location and it would still work, right?
To be in compliance with the AGIS agreement, I would agree.
Okay. Is Itron responsible via its contracts with the company to maintain consistency of the HAN agents such that the same computer or device would work across all meters?
Object, that calls for a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to respond or try to rephrase?
I can try to rephrase. As far as you know, is Itron responsible for maintaining the consistency of the HAN agents on the meters?
That's not in my area of responsibility.
Okay. Do you know how public service ensures consistency across the meters? Like what steps does the company take to make sure that it will in fact work on any meter?
We have as you saw in the demonstration today, we have a meter lab where extensive meter testing takes place before anything is deployed.
Okay. Would you agree generally as a matter of principle that implementation of IEEE 2030.5 for any client application should be consistent and standardized across all of the company's advanced meters?
I'm not sure where you're going. So I'd have to speculate as to what your question is.
Well, I'm just asking you whether you agree that as a matter of principle, it's important that the that the IEEE 2030.5 developed, sorry, let me back it up. As a matter of principle, would you agree with me that all IEEE 2030.5 devices should be able to connect with any meter across the company's service territory?
So within the 2030.5 standard, and I think this is true for all IEEE standards, there's a range of implementation. So to assume that 100% of the 2030.5 standard has been implemented, I don't think that's consistent with the standard. But that the deployment that Excel equally deploys that standard across the meters, I would agree that that's a good principle.
Okay. And the reason why that principle is a good principle is to make sure that the same software could connect to any meter in the service territory, you know, that a customer approves.
That'd be a great customer experience.
Excellent. Okay. All right. So we've just been talking about SDK and what that is. Now I want to talk about BYOD, which you also listed as a product in the passage of testimony that we started with. BYOD stands for bring your own device, right?
Correct.
And basically the idea there is that any IEEE 2030.5 compliant device should be able to access the meter data directly without having the device approved by public service in advance, right?
Correct.
So in other words, I can go to the store, I can buy any device that's IEEE 2030.5, bring it home, and as long as I go through the steps that were demonstrated this morning, I can use it.
I was going to reference Mr. Schroer's demonstration. You would follow the same launchpad process to connect the device.
Okay. And would you agree that that BYOD, the concept of a customer being able to bring their own device is a principle of non-discrimination? Is that a fair way to characterize it?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I object. It calls for a legal conclusion. You just simply can't ask a witness to opine what's discrimination and non-discrimination.
Mr.
Can I?
Why don't you rephrase it? Can you do that?
Okay, sure. I can rephrase it. Yeah, I didn't mean discrimination in the legal sense. So let me rephrase it. Would you agree that BYOD is a principle that that ensures that customers have choice?
Yes. Are you asking if Xcel Energy is picking winners and losers in the BYOD space? No, we are not.
Okay, fair enough. And I agree. I think that's what BYOD means. You're not picking winners and losers. So thank you for rephrasing that for me. And just to be clear, data from the meter, that doesn't get transmitted through the BYOD, right? It gets transmitted through the customer's home area network, and then the customer's device, whatever they've selected, receives that data. Is that a correct characterization?
So just like Mr. Schroer demonstrated this morning, the software application that he demonstrated, Home Assistant, is a client no different than a bring your own device. You would register it and it would receive the data just as he demonstrated in the app.
Right. And I'm just asking about the pathway of the data. So the meter records that, sends it over the home area network, the Wi-Fi, the customer's Wi-Fi, and then the device receives it, correct?
Correct, as he demonstrated.
Okay. Right. And I'm using the example of a smart thermostat. So I'm talking about a device, but I understand it could also be an application on a computer.
There's no difference between what he demonstrated and a device. Okay. You're just changing the form of what's receiving it.
Okay. All right. So now I want to talk about Xcel Launchpad. And I got to admit, I'm a little bit confused about this terminology. You listed it as one of the 3 products in the portion of testimony that we described earlier. So what did you mean by Xcel Launchpad? What were you describing?
That is the process in which we register a device to communicate with the meter, as he demonstrated. So part of the support cost that we just talked with Mr. Pascucci about is part of those three products.
Okay. And isn't it true that what you're describing as Excel Launchpad is also a means by which customers provide consent to allow the meter to communicate with the device?
Is the terms that Mr. Shore read, those are the terms in which the customer allows access.
Okay. So if a customer goes out and acquires a compliant device, it won't work until they go to the Launchpad and register it and agree to the terms, right?
As Mr. Shore demonstrated, nothing can communicate with the meter until they register what they're going to talk to. Think of it this terms, anything can pull the meter, but the meter is going to ignore all polling unless it's a device that has been registered on the meter. That's part of its security protocol. It's no different than someone calling on your cell phone and you scanning it and saying, am I taking that call or am I not taking that call?
Okay, understood.
Until the LFDI has been registered in the meter, it doesn't take any calls.
Okay. I understand. Thank you. And so as we kind of started talking about this, these three products that you're mentioning basically work in conjunction to facilitate data sharing from the meter over the home area network to a device.
Correct.
Okay. And you termed them as three separate products, but wouldn't you agree that these products don't represent actual individual data access methods? There's really only one data access method, right?
Well, the SDK is a library so people can write an app. The Launchpad is the tool in which you register that app to access the meter. Bring your own device is the means in which to do that for hardware.
Okay.
So we do see it as three different things within the portfolio. They all use the HAN agent on the meter to communicate with whatever they're trying to register.
Right. But I can't just use the SDK. I can't go to you said this already. I can't go to the website, download the SDK and get data. I also need a device and I also need to register it. Right.
You need something to receive the data and you need a process to register it. Correct.
Okay. So these three things work in conjunction to enable a customer to access meter data over their home area network. Or allow a developer in the case of the SDK to.
Yeah, I was going to say an individual customer does not need to have the SDK. As Mr. Shore demonstrated, they could go out to a forum such as Home Assistant, an open source environment, and download somebody else's app and never even know anything about the SDK.
Okay, understood. And you would agree with me that the BYOD concept, the bring your own device concept, was required to be offered as part of the amended AGIS settlement?
That's my understanding.
And that's also true of the software development kit?
That's my understanding.
And isn't it true that any customer can use any IEEE 2030.5 compliant device today by registering it through the Launchpad?
That's our whole purpose.
Okay, so none of the three products that you're talking about are new products. They are already exist and being offered to customers, right?
That's true.
Okay. All right. I would like to pull up Hearing Exhibit 102, Attachment JTM-D-1, which is the data delivery. Oh, I'm sorry. I said that wrong. I'd like to bring up Hearing Exhibit 102, which is your direct testimony. And I'd like to turn to page 13 to your figure JTM-D-1. If we could pull that up on the screen, that would. help?
Just give Ms. Kunkel a minute. She's great. Don't you worry.
Of course. Okay. So this chart represents basically the 4 data delivery methods that were evaluated in the data delivery study, right?
Right.
Okay. And everything that we just talked about, BYOD, Launchpad, and SDK, are used to facilitate or help to facilitate the local polling application.
Correct.
Okay. And these other 3 data delivery methods, the direct data upload, the Itron cloud, and the Excel Energy cloud, those are other potential additional means of transmitting data to customers and their authorized third parties, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I do just have one question here about the description of the local polling application. So the last sentence there says this application then sends the data directly to a third party. Do you see that?
Correct.
But I think, as we just discussed, isn't it more accurate to say that the application sends the data to the customer's local device on the Wi-Fi network?
Yeah, I think the inference there is that it's to a third-party client. So yes, there's probably a word missing there. It is sending it to something other than Excel Energy for consumption.
Okay, but to be clear, the only thing that it can send it to is a device that's on the customer's home area network. It can't send it beyond that, right?
Well, the device, it sends it to, in the case of like a BYOD, it's sending it to the device, or in the case of a software application, it's sending it to a client.
Okay, but in either case, that needs to be connected to the customer's home area network, right?
That's connected to their Wi-Fi network, correct?
Can I just interrupt for one moment? Mr. Miller, Mr. Schlesinger, can you indulge me? If there is a word or a phrase that you think is missing from this description on table JTM-D-1 at page 13 of your direct testimony, can you please state on the record which sentence is incorrect and and then also state what it should say so that we can have the correction right here on the record? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the last sentence, this application then sends the data directly to a third party, in this case, as Mr. Schlesinger has described, third party device or software client.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we have a super clean record. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Mr. Schlesinger.
Can I offer an additional clarification? Because I think Mr. Miller agreed that third-party device or client has to be connected to the customer's Wi-Fi, or the customer's home area network. I think that's an important clarification.
Is that true, Mr. Miller?
It says so in the first sentence.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And it is possible that once this device or application receives the data from the meter, that information could then be uploaded to some third-party server, right?
Sure.
Okay. So just as an example, my Nest thermostat receives the data from the meter and then automatically uploads it to Google's cloud.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Once again, I think the whole point here is what happens to it at that point going forward is dependent on what the third party's function is.
Understood. Okay. So this local polling application option is the same method that was agreed to in the amended Aegis settlement, which you just acknowledged. And the price tag on the bottom row there shows that the implementation would be $9.6 to $15.2 million, correct?
That's what the table says, yes.
And are those incremental costs? Like, are those costs above and beyond what the company has already collected or intends to collect?
The study is independent of what we've actually done. It's a study that was done by a third party estimating what it would take to implement each of these different methodologies.
Okay. And I think you disagreed with that cost estimate in your testimony, direct testimony at page 17, line 6, where you state the SDK and Xcel Energy Launchpad together cost approximately $5 million to develop and nearly $1 million to maintain. And you note that this is less than the study's estimated cost of 9.6 to 15.2 million. Since it is only the initial development cost and does not include future updates to the meter agent, correct?
That's correct. And we talked a little bit about that, such as commercial meters.
Okay. And as we discussed before, the SDK, here you're talking about both the SDK and the Launchpad. So you're talking about two things, whereas the chart only talked about the Launchpad. And as we discussed before, the SDK is code, sample code that's free to download, and Launchpad is where the customer goes to register the device, right?
Correct.
So why are the costs to update the meter agent accounted for under SDK and Launchpad? Aren't those costs that would be associated with the meter hardware and the home area network agent?
Ask your question again. Did I freeze up? No.
It didn't. I'm just trying to think of how to rephrase my question. Okay, let me just move on and ask you the same question I asked Mr. Miller. Can you explain why it costs $1 million a year to maintain the SDK? Like what are those costs going to?
So all three of these things that we talked about have to be supported in conjunction. So changes to the SDK will probably impact the Energy Launchpad and also impact the BYOD. So it's not just that we're changing one thing or the other. And of course, as I think you saw in other testimony, the HAN agent continues to be upgraded with additional data elements, and all of those data elements need to be updated as well into those products. So it is not just a simple publish it and be done with it. The world continues to evolve and change.
Okay, so even if the meter agent adheres to the 2030.5 standard, and assuming that that standard doesn't change, you're saying that there would still need to be updates to the SDK?
As I said, described before, you don't implement all of a standard, you implement components of it. And it's that the standard describes all of the potential functionality, but nobody ever implements all of it and nobody implements it all at once. So the HAN agent, as we described in our testimony, the 1.0 version had certain data elements that was available. 2.0 has additional capability. 3.0 will have even more. And we want to make all of those things available to customers as they become available.
Okay. Can we go back to the chart on page 13, please? Okay, so I want to talk about the direct data upload method. And this was a method that Mission Data advocated for in the Aegis 2 proceeding, the second Aegis proceeding, in which the company agreed to study via this data delivery study, right?
Yes.
And that amended AGIS settlement required the DDS, the data delivery study, to be filed as an application so that parties could assess whether it was adequately studied, right?
I don't know if that was the intent, but it was required to report out, to study and to report out on what our findings were.
Okay. And you believe that the direct data upload was adequately analyzed and determined to be infeasible, right?
Well, let me answer it two parts. So the first part is, was it adequately studied? 20% of the report talked about direct data upload. So it was given equal assessment, equal consideration, and equal study within the report.
And so you mean it has the same number of pages, correct?
Approximately.
Okay.
And the methodology evaluated each of them using the same topics, the same analysis, the same approach. So they were equally studied using the same methodology across all of them.
Okay.
As to its feasibility, I think you'd have to go down to page 16 to the bullet points.
And that's okay. You know what? We'll get to that.
I think it's to your question.
My question was simply whether it was found to be infeasible or not. We can get into the reasons. We will get into the reasons, but I'm just.
It was found not to be feasible.
Okay. And then so yeah, on page 18, you explain why it's infeasible, I believe. And you state, starting at line 9, that the company's conclusion is that addressing barriers at this time would not be in the best interest of customers because it would increase cybersecurity. Sorry, I think I'm in the wrong place. I lost my place when I was. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. That reference was incorrect. That was to Mr. Pascucci's testimony. So let me just ask this. The primary reasons you give for it being infeasible are primarily for security reasons, right?
If you go to the data delivery study on page 16 to the bullet points.
Mr. Miller, can you give an exhibit number?
Exhibit 102, attachment JTM-1, Rev 1.
Okay.
Your Honor, I don't believe the witness answered my question. It's a pretty straightforward question. Is the primary reason cybersecurity or not? I don't think we need to go look at the data delivery study at the moment.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Pardon me. With all due respect, Your Honor, the witness is trying very hard to understand these questions, which all of us are trying to understand. So I think he should be allowed to give his answer. And if counsel has more questions, he can follow up.
Yes,
thank you.
I agree with Mr. Denman, Mr. Sawyer. I understood that Mr. Miller was trying to answer your question by referring to this exhibit, which is why I asked him to give us the numbers so that we could all look at the same thing. So let's let him answer, and if it still doesn't answer your question, then you are more than welcome to ask any follow-up necessary.
If you could bring up attachment, hearing exhibit 102, attachment JTM-1, Rev 1, page 16 to the bullet points at the bottom of the page. Bullet number 2, for security reasons, the current architecture does not enable agents installed on the meter to access the Wi-Fi directly. All agents are currently required to publish data internally within the meter. A service point then picks up the data and publishes the data via the fan. So it is for security reasons that the architecture does not allow agents to talk to the Wi-Fi directly. The third bullet point then says the software development kit, which third parties can use to create their own applications, does not enable agents developed using the SDK to connect directly to the Wi-Fi or fan. The SDK requires agents to publish insights to a service on the meter. Those insights are then published to the Xcel Energy across the fan. If a third party is required to receive those insights would be published by the Xcel Energy to the relevant third party. So the direct data upload, yes, is not able to do it for security reasons, but the security is built into the architecture of the meter. There is no pathway for an agent on the meter to send that data directly to a third party.
Okay. So yes, I believe the answer to my question is yes, that the primary reason it was determined to be infeasible is because the meters are designed in such a way to prevent security threats. Fair?
It's part of the architecture of the meter for security reasons, yes. But it's not just a simple answer. It's in the architecture of the meter, not just the security protocols.
Understand. And when you say the architecture of the meter, you mean the software that's on the meter?
The software and the hardware.
The software.
How it's designed to function.
Right. The software can be modified, correct?
Not by Xcel Energy.
But it is technically feasible for the software to be modified, correct?
I think you'd have to go then to Appendix C, which is the information that was provided by Itron as to their position as to whether or not they would modify it.
Okay, fair enough. And we'll get there. Can we go back to your direct testimony at page 14, please? And actually, I'm sorry, can we scroll up to the bottom of 13 just so we know what we're looking at here? Yeah, so at the bottom of 13, you explain, I think, what you were just saying, that Itron stated that DI applications on the meter have no direct access to communication networks, and this is true for field area network and the Wi-Fi network to ensure that, and then you provide this list on page 14.
Right.
Right? Okay. And the list of things that we're trying to prevent are about rogue applications or poorly formed applications that would end up on the meter, right?
That is the concern.
Okay. And public service has a legitimate concern and obligation to ensure that there are no rogue applications installed on its meters, right?
Correct.
Okay. If we could flip back to the data delivery study at page 16, I think that's the one that we were on. So that's there we go. Yep, that tab. Thank you. Are we on page 16? Yes. And can we scroll to the top? And I'm going to ask you about the same sentence that I asked Mr. Pascucci about. The data delivery study says here, starting on the 4th line, that it is also possible that a single shared agent could be developed that would allow a change in destination based on a configuration file change, and that shared agent could be developed by Itron or Xcel to meet their security requirements. Correct?
Yes, that's what the study says.
Okay. And would Xcel trust Itron to develop an application to enable DDU that was secure?
And I would refer back to the following points at the bottom of the page that we just reviewed. So, although,
but can you answer my question, sir? Would Xcel trust Itron to develop such an agent that would be secure? Is Itron capable of doing that in a secure manner, in your opinion?
Yes, the answer is, since they developed the operating system for the meter, we would also assume they could write other software.
Okay, so would Itron developing this shared agent, if that were the case, if they were to do that, would that solve your concerns related to rogue applications?
So I think there's a step in the middle here you're jumping over, which is, so this is saying that an agent could be written. The agent could only be written if the architecture of the meter would change. And so you'd have to solve the architecture problem first.
Okay. But hypothetically, if you were to solve the architecture problem and Itron were to develop the agent, would that solve your concern about rogue
We're
application?
speculating and hypoth. Yes. So sure.
Okay. Fair enough. And it is a hypothetical.
I mean, we're making stuff up at this point.
Well, we're not making it up because it says it right here in the direct data.
Objection, argumentative.
But fair enough. I can move on. I don't need to. Okay. Let me ask you this. Did the direct data study actually investigate the feasibility of what's stated here on the fourth line of this page, that Itron or Excel would develop the DDU app, the direct data upload app or agent?
I think we'd have to look at Appendix C, which was Itron's response.
Well, I'm just asking you whether the study investigates the feasibility of Itron developing this agent. Do you know whether it went into more detail than what's here on page 16?
I was not with Excel at that time, so no, I don't have direct knowledge.
Well, you've read this study, haven't you?
Correct, and I would refer to you to Appendix C.
Okay. Do you know whether this study attempts to estimate the cost of a direct data upload solution where Itron or Excel develops the meter agent?
I think you'd have to scroll up and look at the table, and I think our cost was estimated.
Can you show me where?
Page 15, the table we were just looking at.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's in your hearing exhibit 102, page 13. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah, so can you show me where on this chart it shows that the direct data upload solution where Excel or Itron develops the agent was studied?
So in the last row of that table under cost, the implementation is estimated at 17.1 to 24.5, with reoccurring costs of $1 million to 6.2 million.
Okay, so just to be clear, those are the costs for having Itron develop the meter agent?
I don't know if that specific cost was included. This solution was estimated at those costs.
Okay, but this solution here, direct data upload, did assume that third parties would install apps. That's what you
Correct.
explained. Okay. So this direct data upload solution did not assume Itron would develop the app or Excel would.
I don't know if that was, I would have to assume somewhere in this cost is that this functionality would be enabled somehow.
Okay.
I mean, once again, we're talking about estimating something that's not currently feasible.
Okay.
Equally, if we look at the Itron Cloud and the Excel Energy Cloud estimates, those two platforms don't exist either. So you have to assume that the cost of doing those things would include whatever it takes to make those things be a reality as well.
Okay.
Once again, all four of these were estimated equally.
Right. But the direct data upload solution here assumes third parties installing agents on the meter.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And do you know, did the amended AGIS settlement require a direct data upload solution that allowed third parties to install applications or agents on the meter?
No, it required it to be studied.
Okay. And so I'm blanking on the name of the consultant, but this study was done with the assumption that third parties install agents on the meter, even though that assumption was not embedded in the AGIS settlement, right?
It was directed that this study explicitly look at direct data upload, and then we looked at additional functionality as well. I think that's what it states.
Okay.
Mr. Schlesinger, can I just interrupt and ask, how much more cross-examination of Mr. Miller do you think you have?
A fair bit. 30 to
Okay.
40, 30 to 40 minutes.
All right. I just want to pipe in. When would be a good time to take a break so that we can get some lunch? Is this a good breaking point, or do you want to go on a little bit longer?
Let me just ask a few other questions, and then
Sure.
And then I will let you know.
Okay. All right.
Your Honor, I might note for the record that Mr. Schlesinger estimated an hour, and he's already been going about 45 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor. I requested an hour for each witness, and it became clear to me through my examination of Mr. Pascucci that a lot of the questions I had prepared for him were more appropriate for Mr. Miller. And so I would ask that the time I reserved for Mr. Pascucci be transferred to Mr. Miller. I think I only used about 20 or 25 minutes with Mr. Pascucci.
Yes, that's fine, Mr. Schlesinger. I would also note just a cross-examination matrix is an estimation. It's not something I'm going to hold you to that extent. So if you've got a little bit longer, I completely understand. Now, if it's 6 times as long, that's a different matter. But I totally understand having a few more questions than you initially anticipated. That's how these things roll. However, I just want to note, let's figure out when we can take a break, because we are getting towards 12:30, and I think hungry witnesses and hungry judges are not something you want. So,
but fair enough. I just want to close the loop on this point, and so I really
okay.
Mr. Pascucci, you agreed with me that the direct data upload.
Mr. Miller.
Sorry, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
See, you need to eat lunch too.
You're right. Okay, Mr. Miller, you agreed with me that the direct data upload solution that was studied in the data delivery study assumed third parties would install the apps.
Correct.
Okay. The company or the data delivery study did not study a direct data upload solution where Itron or Excel developed the app, right? That's not a column here that you've listed, a second version of direct data upload, right?
So you're asking, did the solution assume that sentence that you referred to before, that we estimated doing that work?
Correct.
I would have to assume that was estimated, included in this estimate, no different than the cost of developing an Itron cloud or an Excel Energy cloud would have to be inclusive of enabling those.
Okay, can you point me to anywhere in the record of this proceeding that demonstrates that direct data upload was considered, or that the concept of Itron or Excel developing the agent was studied?
I think once you get to the answers that I pointed out earlier, that says the architecture does not make that feasible, spending any more time developing that software application would be not fruitful. That we would first have to see changes in the architecture before developing, investigating time to develop the app would be fruitful. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm not at liberty to answer questions here today.
I'm just confused by your question.
I asked you to point to
I can't point to anything because I can't point to anything other than what I've already pointed to that says that the architecture does not enable that functionality. You're now asking me, did we spend time developing it? I'm not aware.
Okay, so it is your belief that because you believe that the architecture doesn't enable it, it wasn't studied.
I'm not aware, and I'm not aware what was studied beyond what's in the reports.
Okay. Do you have any idea whether the reason it wasn't studied was because of any of the contractual terms between Itron and the company? Did that come into play?
I'm not aware of the contractual terms.
Okay. So you don't know whether uh, the company is able to request that Itron develop this agent for the meter through its existing terms. Is that what you stated?
I believe that was covered in Mr. Pascucci's testimony.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Your Honor. This is a good spot to take a break.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Schlesinger. And you indicated you've got about another 30 minutes, you estimate? Is that right? Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, if I only have to ask each question once.
Okay, so let's say 30, hopefully 60 at the very outside, and then we'll be wrapping up with Mr. Miller. And then looking at the cross-examination matrix, you still anticipate calling Mr. Murray, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm anticipating we're going to have about another 2 hours post-lunch. Does that sound reasonable? Am I estimating correctly?
That sounds reasonable to me.
Okay, so it's 12:26. Why don't we take a break until 1:30 to let everybody get something to eat, stretch your legs, let Tracy stretch her fingers. We'll reconvene at 1:30 and shoot to be wrapped up probably 4:30, something like that. Okay? All right, everyone. We are in recess then for a lunch break until 1:30 when we will resume with the cross-examination of Mr. Miller. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, everyone, it's 1:30. I hope everyone had an opportunity to get something to eat and to take a little bit of a break. Make sure we're ready to go back. Tracy, are you ready?
Me, and I'm ready.
Oh, Harriet. Hello. We have a new court reporter.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Mr. Schlesinger, let's go back on the record. Are you ready to proceed with your cross-examination of Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead. Pick up where you left off.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Before lunch, you mentioned in response to some of my questions that there are architectural restrictions on the meter that prevent direct data upload, right?
Correct.
And you pointed to Appendix C of the data delivery study to describe those architectural restrictions, right?
Correct.
Okay, can we please pull that up? It's Hearing Exhibit 102. I'm sorry, yeah, 102, attachment JTM-1. And Appendix C is on PDF page 124 of that document. There we go. Okay, so you said before, I believe, that the architecture determined by how the software and hardware are configured or designed, and that it's that architecture that imposes the restrictions on DDU, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and again, this is the appendix that you wanted to point to. So the first sentence of this appendix says that for security reasons, DI applications on the meter have no direct access to the communication networks. And is that part of what you were referring to?
Correct.
Okay. So if we think back, and I don't want to pull it up right now, but if we think back to your chart on your page 13 of your direct that shows the various methods that were studied, one of those methods was the Itron cloud solution, right?
Correct.
So under the Itron cloud solution, which was studied, isn't the meter capable of communicating with Itron's URL on the internet?
Correct.
The restriction is just that the URL has to be an Itron licensed receiver, right?
Correct. That's why I was just looking for that word. Thank
Okay,
you.
sure. So you would agree with me then that it is possible under the architecture of the meter for the meter to communicate with a URL. It's just that there are conditions that are imposed on what that URL can be, right?
Well, once again, I think if we go back to the conversation we had about architecture, the agent doesn't talk directly to the Wi-Fi network. It talks to a service within the meter, and then that service talks to the Wi-Fi.
Oh, okay, but here we're talking about the Itron cloud solution. And
Correct.
so in that scenario, the data doesn't travel over the Wi-Fi, or it doesn't travel over the home area network, I should say. It directly uploads to the Itron cloud without...
No, it still communicates with the Wi-Fi network. And that connection has to be, that connection goes through the Itron cloud.
Okay.
If you go to if you go to Hearing Exhibit 102, Attachment JTM-1, Rev 1, High-Level Solution Summary Diagram, that diagram's the solution.
Can you give us a page number, Mr. Miller, a page of the PDF?
I'm sorry, page 34.
Of the PDF. Okay, thank you.
Correct. That's the high-level architecture that we were just describing.
Okay, and this diagram shows that from the Rivia meter,
Correct.
data goes directly to the Itron cloud.
Correct. I stand corrected.
Okay, so it doesn't go to the home area network. It goes right to the Itron cloud. According to this graph or figure.
I'm looking through it. I just want to make sure I get that correct. I believe Wi-Fi is still involved. It would have to be.
Okay, well, I'll, I'm going to move on. But you're certainly welcome to have that conversation with your attorney or in briefing.
I think it just to complete, if you go to the previous page, there's a summary of what the solution looks like. And for time, I'm going to respect that, but I'm just going to point to where the description of what we were trying to describe is at.
Okay. Okay. Given that we agreed earlier that the risk of rogue applications on the meter could be hypothetically mitigated by having Itron create the direct data upload agent. Right. And given that we've just discussed, and at least the figure that we just looked at shows that the meters are technically capable of speaking with a URL, isn't the architecture restriction that you're talking about really just a business choice by Itron to limit where that data goes?
No.
Okay.
We described it as a security. The architecture is a security architecture, not a business decision. And I would say even the Itron cloud is just another security level.
Are you saying that it's not possible for a meter to be configured, designed to communicate with a URL?
I think I think we're confusing conversations here. The architecture is a security architecture. You're talking about capabilities. If we were to talk about capabilities, we'd have to then say, well, what would be the new security protocols that we'd have to put in place? And we're not describing, we're not having that conversation.
Right. And was that question, if we change the architecture, what new security needs to be put in place? Was that something that the data delivery study examined?
I think that gets down to the whole feasibilities conversation, which says that it's not currently feasible because that security prevents that type of communication. So once again, we're talking in we're hypothesizing about other ways of doing this. And so as soon as we start going down that road, you'd say, well, the problem here is that the architecture doesn't provide this. Okay, so the architecture is a security architecture. We're going to throw that out. Well, what are we going to replace it with? And we're not having that conversation.
Right. And isn't the data delivery study, wasn't the entire intent behind it to study potential hypothetical alternative data delivery methods?
It was not intended to study hypotheticals. It was to look at different methodologies and the feasibility of actually doing them. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is solve customer problems, which is getting their energy data to them and providing them insights about their data. And so we studied all the different pathways available and said 3 were available, 1 was not.
Okay. Do you know whether the company or Accenture consulted with any companies that have built direct data upload mechanisms?
I'm not aware.
Okay. All right, let's get back to your direct testimony at page 14, where you expand on the company's cybersecurity concerns. And at page 14 at line 18, you explain that to avoid the threat of rogue applications, the meter enables one and only one secure connection with a pre-configured, highly vetted target using certificate-based mutual authentication and transport layer security plus true two-factor authentication. What is true two-factor authentication?
I'm not familiar with that level of detail.
But this is your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether when a customer is trying to connect a device that they selected, an IEEE 2030.5 device that they've purchased that's compliant, do they have to complete a two-factor authentication in order to get it connected?
We walked through that demonstration earlier today. And we walked through that somebody has to log into their account, and then they also have to register that device on the meter.
And do they need to use two-factor authentication?
I'm not sure if that definition of what we described this morning is two-factor or not.
Okay. Do you know how many devices, IEEE 2030.5 devices, a customer could connect to their meter? I'm sorry, if you answered that, I didn't get it.
One.
Only one
That's
device?
one, that's described in the testimony, one secure connection.
Okay. I think, well,
For public internet connections over Wi-Fi, the meter enables one and only one secure connection.
right, for public internet connections over Wi-Fi, but I think what we're talking about is when a customer gets a thermostat and they connect it to their meter and it's only on their local home area network. It's not a public network. Are you saying that if a customer connects a thermostat to their meter, they can't connect any other devices?
That's my understanding.
It is. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll let the record speak on that. All right, moving along. I want to talk about terms and conditions here generally. Can you confirm that for a home area network connected device like the thermostat, that there are no terms and conditions that a third party, like a Nest, would have to agree to, right?
That's correct.
Do you are you aware that public service does have terms and connections that third parties have to agree to in order to use Green Button Connect?
Correct.
Can you explain why did Excel choose to require third parties to agree to terms and conditions for Green Button Connect, but not for home area network devices?
Because in Green Button Connect, we are actually managing that connection between the data and the third party. In the home area network, we do not manage that connection between the third party and the meter. We're not a party to that relationship. In Green Button Connect, we are.
Does public service limit the types of third parties that are able to receive data via the Green Button Connect?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. You also stated in your rebuttal testimony on this topic, hearing exhibit 103 at page 15.
That's 104, right, for rebuttal?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on one second.
At page 15, line 10, you stated that first, the company is not a party to any agreement between a customer and a third party. A customer authorizes to receive their data. But isn't the same true with regard to Green Button Connect? The company is not a party to that agreement?
That's not correct. I just described that in Green Button Connect, we provide the data to the third party. So the connection is not, I mean, we're involved in the connection between Green Button Connect and the third party, where within the Energy Launchpad experience, we're not involved because you're sharing the data through your over your Wi-Fi.
Okay. Okay, can we go back to page 13 and look at that chart again? And we've talked today about the local polling application and the direct data upload. Now I want to talk about the cloud solutions, the Itron cloud and the Excel cloud. This data delivery study did examine here, that's what this is saying, that they examined the Itron hosted cloud or an Excel hosted cloud as being another method of data delivery, right?
Correct.
And then actually want to go back to your, oh, sorry, we were in your direct testimony. Page 25 at line 3. You state that the company believes that with more time, the market will develop additional options for cloud sharing, and that the company anticipates technical advances in the future will make the cloud methods more feasible and cost effective. But isn't it true that didn't we just discuss that only an Itron licensed receiver is allowed to receive direct meter data?
Correct. And in that same table, we also describe that receiver could be Excel.
Okay. But it
and so conceivably, other parties could also get engaged in the market and also become authorized receivers.
But under the current contract with Itron, and we just established, only Itron receivers are allowed to receive that data, right?
Correct.
So that would require a change to the contract.
But if we go back to the table, we already demonstrated that more than one possible cloud solution could be a receiver.
Right, an Itron cloud or an Excel cloud, right?
Correct.
But
it also says that it has to be an Itron, I forget the exact terms, let's just say, for sake of this conversation, an Itron authorized receiver, correct? So so what we're describing here is there is multiple cloud solutions that could satisfy that requirement. In this example, we have an Itron version and we have an Excel version.
Okay, but for other parties that may enter the market and offer additional cloud solutions, it would require a amendment to the Itron contract so that they could receive that data on their cloud, right?
They would have to have, no, I don't think that's correct. I think they would have to have a relationship with Itron and become a authorized receiver.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to switch gears here and want to talk a little bit about your rebuttal testimony. Yep, hearing exhibit 104. And I'm going to ask a question about page 10, but first of all, just for foundation, the amended Aegis settlement requires the company to address data parity between the company and customers in this data delivery study, right?
Correct.
Okay, and here on page 10, line 9, you state that the availability and frequency of data is the same for the company and third parties, right?
Correct.
Okay, now I would like to pull up hearing exhibit 400, attachment MEM-3. And that should be your testimony from a recent demand side management or DSM docket, where the company proposes to roll out a phone app to provide customers with certain information, right? And I think that's called My Energy Connection. That's the name of the app. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we look at page 29 of this document, your bullet list, which I think is a little further down. Yeah, there we go. Your bullet list shows that the My Energy Connection release will provide all of these insights to customers, all of this data to customers, right?
Correct.
And one of them there, the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth one down is the current rate. Yeah.
Correct.
And then a little further down, 3 down from there is the TOU periods, hours, the period names, and the rate for each period, if applicable, right?
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't you agree that under the current data sharing solutions, the company's applicable rate or the company's applicable TOU rates are not automatically provided to third parties, right?
That's correct. There are non-native data elements.
Okay. And they're also not able to be provided to third parties through this My Energy Connection app, right?
No, the app is not, no, the app does not enable third-party data elements.
Okay. So wouldn't you agree that the availability of customers' rate information and TOU period information is not the same between public service and customer authorized third parties?
I think if you look at my answer testimony, I'm not exactly sure where it is in the document, but we talk about in the Excel Energy Cloud experience, that type of data would be shareable, which is what this represents.
Okay, so that would be shareable if Excel were to pursue one of the cloud options, but those are not currently available, right?
Explicitly the Excel Energy Cloud solution, because at that point we would use non-native data and integrate that into the cloud experience. So we did describe that in the study, in the answer testimony.
Okay. Yeah,
and
we
also talked
part
about
of your
we also talked about that these data elements are not native to the meter itself. So the other channels wouldn't be available through direct data upload, wouldn't be available through the Itron cloud, and would not be available through polling because those channels can't access back-end systems such as our billing system.
Okay, so you are acknowledging, I believe, that at least through the potential rollout of an Excel cloud solution, it would be possible for public service to share applicable rate information with customer authorized third parties via a channel outside of the meter itself, right? Okay.
We could say that.
And isn't it true that even though the meter today doesn't have the applicable rate information on it, wouldn't it be possible for Excel to begin sending the applicable rate information to the meter at some point in the future so that it is on that meter?
Once again, it'd have to be a function that's native to the meter, which is, an Itron design element.
Okay, but the meter is essentially a mini computer, right?
That's the whole function of distributed intelligence, yes.
So if Excel wanted to, it could load the information about applicable rates onto the meter.
If there was a place to store it, which there currently is not.
Okay, but there could be a place to store it in the future. That could be designed.
We're talking about hypotheticals.
Fair enough. We are talking about hypotheticals.
Okay.
I believe that is actually the purpose here, right? The data delivery study is analyzing additional hypothetical methods of customers accessing data, right?
I think we talked about that.
Does the AMI system support over-the-air software updates?
I'm sorry. Yes, we over the field area network, we do provide updates to the meters.
Okay. Do you know what company or entity designed the app? I've lost the name. The one we were just talking about in the DSM proceeding.
That was developed within Excel.
Within Excel. Okay. And then here on this same document that we have up on page 33, you respond to the question, will customers, or I'm sorry, it's further down, can customers direct the company to share customer insights generated by the company with customer selected third parties? And your response talks about Green Button Connect. It talks about the other things that we've discussed here today, right? The local polling application, the SDK, and the bring your own device ability, right?
Correct.
So it does not, your answer here is not explaining that the disaggregation insights that might be derived from this app would be shareable, right?
So the current app doesn't do disaggregation, it just presents usage data.
You're right. And I skipped a step, but isn't it true that a future version of the app is anticipated to provide disaggregation data?
It is one of the top things our customers ask for, and we are working towards that.
Okay. And once that you have achieved that and you roll out a new version of this app, will that disaggregation data be able to be shared with third parties automatically?
So it depends how we get there. So if the disaggregation of the data happens up in the cloud through a third-party service provider, which is one of the potential solutions we're looking at, that would not be shareable because it's the intellectual property of a third party. If we're doing it on the meter, it is also not shareable because that's an agent on the meter, and we've already talked about how that agent data is not native to the meter.
Okay. You mentioned a proprietary right. Does the company believe that it has a proprietary right in the estimates that it makes regarding disaggregation, appliance-specific usage?
Jack calls for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Schlesinger, would you like to rephrase it?
Well, I mean, I'd just like to respond, if I may. I'm
Okay.
not asking him whether they legally own the data or not. That would call for a legal conclusion. I'm asking him whether he believes they own that. It's the same as asking him whether he believes he owns his house.
Your Honor, that's nonsense. It's the same thing. When you ask a witness, is it proprietary? That's a question of intellectual property law. So I think counsel, if he can't rephrase it, just needs to move on.
Okay, Mr. Schlesinger, can you restate the question? Make sure
Yes.
I understand it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Miller, do you believe that the company should be allowed to own the data sorry, let me rephrase. Do you believe that Xcel Energy or Public Service Company of Colorado should be allowed to own the data that it creates to produce disaggregation insights?
I guess it should be allowed to own the data is a legal question. I agree with Mr. Denman on that one. I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to get at with that, Mr. Schlesinger, either. Do you want to give it one more try and rephrase it a little bit more?
Is it Xcel Energy or Public Service Company of Colorado's position that it shouldn't be required to share disaggregation insights with third parties?
Mr. Miller, if you understand the question, you can go ahead and try and answer it. And,
I'm going to refer to Mr. Denman because that's a position on behalf of the company, not a technical question.
Well, I'm asking you your own personal opinion. Do you personally believe
I'm not interested in sharing my personal opinion.
Mr. Schlesinger, Mr. Miller's personal opinion isn't at issue here either. I mean, if that's a legal question, then that's an argument you can make in your statement of position, and it's one that Mr. Denman can respond to in his, because I think that is a legal question. And Mr. Miller is here to talk about the technology, not ownership, not the intellectual property is going to do.
Yeah, respectfully, Your Honor, I believe that the witness is being put forward as an expert witness in this proceeding to provide his expert opinion. And I'm asking him his expert opinion in this case. I'm asking him whether under his expert opinion, should that data be shared with third parties or not?
No, your question was whether that data should be owned by the company.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I rephrased it to ask whether it should be shared, whether it should be allowed to be shared.
Well, Your Honor, the foundation of this concept, regardless of how counsel phrases it, is a question of intellectual property. And frankly, I believe a question like that's beyond the scope of this proceeding. And today, since I have not consulted with anyone in the company about that particular issue outside of this hearing, I have no idea what the company's position is. But it still sounds very much like a question calling for a legal opinion or legal conclusion.
Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to respond one more time or try rephrasing? At this point, I'm inclined to sustain Mr. Denman's objection because I think you're trying to get into an area that all we're talking about here today is a motion to approve the settlement, and the ownership of the data is a little beyond the scope of that.
Okay, fair enough. I can move on. So sticking with the same document that we're just looking at, attachment MEM3 to hearing exhibit 400, on page 36, you state third parties have access to the same customer data as the company under this proposal, yes?
Yes.
Okay, but you did already acknowledge, I believe, earlier that third parties will not have access to the same rate and time of use period information, right?
Under the methods other than the Excel Energy Cloud solution.
Which is not available today, right?
That's correct.
You also talk on page 39, you discuss identifying an electric vehicle load. Do you have that in your mind?
I'm sorry, where are we looking again?
It's page 39 of this same exhibit. You're discussing the company's ability to identify electric vehicle loads separate from other loads, correct?
I'm still looking for where the references. Okay.
So do you agree? That's what we're talking about here?
Yep.
Okay. Will customers be able to share information about their EV loads with third parties?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this continued line of questioning. It appears that counsel is attempting to impeach Mr. Miller with testimony that he filed in a different case. And I note for the record that the DSM, or demand side management, and beneficial electrification case is vastly different, both in its antecedents and in its purpose, than today's SDK application. This case that we're here in the hearing today has nothing to do with electrical vehicles. And at some point, I believe that the line is going to get crossed, and it may already have been crossed. So given the differences between those two cases, it seems to me to be an ill-conceived attempt to impeach a witness with testimony about some completely different case.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schlesinger, you may respond. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. This case is not just about whether the company can offer an SDK. Company already offers an SDK. This case is about the data delivery study, which the company committed to filing as part of a prior settlement agreement. And one of the requirements of that data delivery study is that it addressed data parity between the company and its customers. And I'm investigating here whether data parity between the company and its customers is being achieved, which is a statement that Mr. Miller made in his sworn testimony in this proceeding. I think it's perfectly appropriate for me to investigate the veracity of his statement. That's all I'm doing here.
Well, Your Honor, on page 17 of what we've been calling the amended Aegis settlement, one of the matters to be addressed is data parity between the company and customers. And to the extent Mr. Miller talked about that in his testimony in this case, it is fair game for counsel to explore that. And at some point, the horse is going to be dead from the beating during this cross-examination. So I'm attempting to focus on relevancy of this attempted impeachment on the matter at hand in today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Denman. So matters of data parity are definitely part of this proceeding. So, Mr. Schlesinger, I'll allow you a little bit of leeway to continue this line of questioning, but it does feel like you're getting a little bit far afield. So if you could focus it and bring it back and try and tie it up, I would appreciate it.
Absolutely. And actually, this is really my last line of questioning here at all.
Great.
Again, the company has agreed to investigate data parity. It is your position that data parity is achieved, correct?
Sorry, yes, you're directing it towards me. I thought you were still having a conversation with the judge. I'm sorry. Yeah, so data parity does exist today. And the references that you have here about pilots that are company-facing capabilities that we have not applied to bring forward as customer-facing applications at this time.
Okay. But if the company's application is approved in the DSM proceeding, the company will have information about customers' specific EV loads, correct?
Well, Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. One thing that counsel's leaving out is there's been a settlement agreement in the DSM and beneficial electrification case that was recently filed on May 30, I believe, and that settlement is pending. I am not completely familiar with it, but at this point, it is the legal basis for the objection is calls for speculation, because we do not know what eventually will be approved in that proceeding, nor whether it's going to deal with anything to do with electric vehicles or a concept of data parity.
Okay, Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to respond?
I mean, my response is the same as it was before. I'm investigating whether or not the company has fully examined whether data parity exists between itself and its customers. And, you know, I can try to rephrase the question.
That would be great.
Okay. And it is a hypothetical question. We're dealing in hypotheticals here. If the company is able to view disaggregated electric vehicle loads, will it make that data also available to customers and their authorized third parties?
Within the limitations of the architecture we've been discussing. So I can't share data that I can't deliver.
So the answer is no, because of the architecture, correct?
Currently, yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Oops. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Schlesinger. Mr. Miller, it is my chance to ask you some questions, and actually I have quite a few follow-ups because there's some things I just didn't completely understand that I'd like some clarification on. I'd also like to follow up on a few questions that I discussed with Mr. Pescucci. Okay, hang on one second. All right. First of all, I had discussed with Mr. Pescucci about, the cost of the SDK to Excel Public Services ratepayers, and he indicated that you might be a better person to provide some of that information and raw data. Do you know how much the cost of continuing the SDK is costing the ratepayers?
At a ratepayer level, or are you asking the question about like how much we're spending every year on supporting it?
Well, the number I got on the every year spending or support was about 1 million to 1.25 million. So I understand that.
That's
and with
correct.
about 1.5 million customers, if you break that down to every customer, as Mr. Schlesinger indicated, that's about $1 a customer. But I'm trying to get a sense of, okay, great. So every customer is paying for that at a rate of about $1 a piece, right?
Okay.
Okay. But how many customers are actually taking advantage of it?
Great question. So at the filing, we had 232 or 223 people that have requested SDK access. Of those,
you said 200.3, so
223.
223. Okay.
197 of those were customers that we could kind of match the email address that made request to a customer in our database. And so that leaves about 102 that would be not in our service database or third parties that accessed it.
Okay.
And as of today, so this will be an update, there's about 500 that have requested access. I don't have the breakdown of that 500. So since the filing, we've about doubled the number of customers that have asked for SDK access. Okay.
Doubled since the filing. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. So
since our last
your last commission filing?
Yeah, since our last, I think there was a question from Mission Data about how many customers. Mr. Schlesinger, if I'm misappropriating, I'm assuming your client asked for that data. Since then, we have about 3,000 customers of our 1.5 million that have used the Launchpad access. So that's a rough approximation of how many customers are potentially using that capability.
And how are customers made aware of the availability of the Launchpad and the SDK data? Like, as a personal, I didn't know. So how is the average customer to know it's even out there?
So we in our deployment of AMI meters, we are communicating to customers that there is this ability out there to access data, and it's on our Xcel Energy webpage.
Okay. Now, there's been talk of the SDK sunsetting after 2,000 users. So you said just now 500. So we're actually a quarter of the way there, which is more than I had understood, right?
2,000 hours of support is what we were talking about, not number of users.
2,000. So how many hours of support have you provided so far?
I don't know what's in our testimony. It's not materially different than what we provided. It's a fraction of the 2,000 hours.
Okay, so maybe that's where I'm getting the 100 from. There's 100 hours of use
yes,
so far,
I'm
2,000 available.
I'm seeing some people nodding their heads, helping me out here.
Okay, that helps me out because it's a lot of numbers being thrown out. I just want to make sure. So we're talking about 500 possible users that have used up to about 100 user hours, and you have 2,000 hours available.
2,000 hours of support we've only used. Let's just assume for our conversation, it's 100. The testimony points out exactly how many it is. But this is, once again, what we're pointing at is there's a lot of technical support on the standby for not much activity.
Okay. Now, if this sunsets in 2027, or if we actually get to 2,000 hours of support, will that information on the SDK be available to those developers or to customers who might want it from some other means?
It does not sunset the functionality. It only sunsets the support for it. So we would presume that within those 2,000 hours, the documentation
Oh, you froze up, Mr. Miller.
able to continue to develop applications on their own, because clearly we would not have demand for the usage. If we were getting a lot of demand for support, we probably would have a different opinion.
Tell me exactly what kind of support you're providing then.
So somebody developing a third-party application is having difficulty connecting their meters. And so we would help them diagnose what's going on.
Okay. And that's what's costing $1 million a year right now, is providing that support.
No, that's just the technical support. The $1 million is supporting the overall infrastructure. So that includes the Launchpad, the SDK that we're putting out there, as well as the BYOD interfaces.
So that will continue even after support goes away.
Correct.
And that cost will continue to be incurred.
Correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. All right. Do you know whether any apps have actually been developed using the SDK? Like, can you give me an example of some?
So you saw a demonstration of that this morning, where a individual using Home Assistant developed an app and then published that. We are not aware of any commercial apps. I'm picking on them. I'm not trying to, but like, there's no apps on the Apple, the App Store or the Google Play Store that specifically reference Xcel Energy meter connectivity.
Okay.
The vast majority of the customers that we have been supporting are individuals that we saw this morning in the demonstration. People that have just gone out there and kind of built their own version of Home Assistant or something like that.
So people with way more technical ability than I, basically what you're saying. Okay.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
And Matthew, Mr. Schroer, goes to development conferences, and he's attended a couple every year where he goes out and he talks about, developing apps for Xcel meters. And so he talks to people that are doing this type of work, and it's mostly individuals that are just coding up their own home automation platform.
Got it. Interesting. Okay. Let me ask you a few specific questions. All right. In your direct testimony, which is hearing exhibit 102, at page 21, line 20 to 22, or page 21, line 20 to page 22, line 4, you said that there are 2,000 Colorado customers who have enrolled in the Xcel Launchpad.
That number is now 5,000.
That number is now 5,000. Okay. That was my question. Is it still just 2,000 or has it gone up? So we're up to 5,000. So it's more than doubled. Okay.
Yep. So the first number, the 2,900 would be the 5,000 number. And I don't have the 2,000 number. I don't know what that would break down to. So
okay. So look, starting at line 22, at the time of this filing, approximately 2,900 customers have enrolled. Is now actually 5,000 customers have enrolled.
Yeah.
And you're not sure how many of those are in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Do you know if any of them are employees of the company?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's 3,000, not 29. So it hasn't moved a lot. I'm sorry. I closed my notepad that I wrote down the latest numbers on. So it's
3,000, not 5,000. So it hasn't changed much.
It hasn't changed much.
Okay. So we're at 3,000, which from 2,900. Okay. So, do you know if any of those users are company employees?
I'm sure there are some.
And if some of them are just regular average customers, would you know how they obtained information, to get onto Launchpad to do this?
Once again, through our post-meter installation marketing, as well as on our webpage.
Okay, and those are the avenues you've used to market this and make customers aware.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Is it still accurate that there are no third-party apps connected?
We wouldn't know.
You wouldn't know. Okay. All right. The data delivery study, which is JTM-1 at page 16, says it's also possible that a single shared agent could be developed. Mr. Schlesinger was talking about this. So going back to that part about is it possible? Have you been saying that no agent could share the data with third parties regardless of whether it was developed by ITRAM, public service, or a third party?
Sorry,
is that what you meant?
I want to make sure. Correct.
Okay. Did you mean that no agent could share the data with third parties regardless of whether it was developed by ITRAM, public service, or a third party?
In the current architecture, that's correct.
Okay. That's what I understood you to mean. I just want to make sure. So right now it's, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The architecture would have to change. Remember, it's a security architecture. The security architecture would have to change.
Okay.
And I don't know what that would mean. I mean, would that mean that we would have to have our own unique meter? I don't know.
Okay. Got it. Let me, pardon me, just give me 1 second as I read through my notes. So one other question that came up was, is it correct that the company's My Energy Connection app uses the local polling agent to receive 1 second data?
Correct.
Okay. So if you install the My Energy Connection on your smartphone and configure it, and then you leave your house, you can't access the data anymore.
Correct.
Okay, so you have to be on your own home Wi-Fi to be able to access it.
That's correct.
So does that mean
that's not a cloud service? So one of the benefits of the cloud services is that you would have access to that data everywhere.
So if I were in the park across the street and I realized my lights are on, with the cloud service, I'd be able to turn it off, but with the current My Connection app, I can't.
You wouldn't be able to turn it off within the My Energy Connection, but if you had other home automation platforms, you would be able to turn it off through that one.
Okay.
My Energy Connection would only tell you that you're consuming a higher level of energy than what you thought you should be since you're out of the home.
Got it. All right.
And once again, I'm just going to circle back. That's if we implemented a cloud service where you could see that energy usage everywhere. In the current My Energy Connection, you can only see that in home.
Okay. So you could use other devices on the hand, like a smart thermostat through the cloud, right?
You would be using other platforms to do that. Yes.
Okay, I understand. Great. Next question. Does the company receive 1 second data to its backend systems, such as SCADA or billing?
No.
Okay. So given that the My Energy Connection app also loses access to 1 second data if a customer leaves their home Wi-Fi network, is there any plan to upgrade the app to make that accessible outside of a home Wi-Fi?
We would have to go down the road of one of the cloud services, which
changing the architecture.
Well, no, it doesn't change the architecture. It just means that we'd have to implement one of those cloud solutions.
Got it. Okay. All right, a couple of follow-up questions just to make sure that I understand about what you had testified to earlier. You were talking about the IEEE 2030.5 devices. Is that just any smartphone, or are there specific ones that won't fall within that? Or
it's somebody who's adopted that protocol. It is a smart home protocol. In the past, we've had Zigbee protocols. We've had other protocols in the marketplace. This is the current smart home protocol that the industry is adopting.
I'm going to back you up for a minute. You said you had, I didn't even understand the word you said. You had what kind of protocols?
Oh, in the original smart home meters, the original smart meters that were being deployed years ago did not have Wi-Fi functionality. They had Zigbee, which is a totally different Zigbee, a totally different radio network that they would operate under. The Riva 5 meters adopted Wi-Fi, and part of that is the Wi-Fi protocol is 2030.5.
Thank you. I didn't quite understand. You're talking past me on that one, so I wanted to make sure I understood, and it helps me to.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So the 2030.5 is basically the standard in which data can be formatted so that compliant devices can read it.
Okay, understood. Thank you so much.
English, French, Spanish, 2030.5, Zigbee.
I'll go with English for me, thanks. Okay, I also want to talk about the cybersecurity matters. You had talked about different kinds of rogue applications you're concerned about. I'd like some examples of like, what are the rogue applications you're most concerned about? What are the cybersecurity threats you are trying to ward off?
It's the equivalent of saying, hey, what we're trying to prevent is from having viruses and worms being placed on meters. So, we call it a rogue application. It's basically an application that doesn't conform to the security standards that are embedded in the meter. But it's the language equivalent of a virus or a worm application.
Has that happened? Have we had any examples of that actually happening?
No.
In the real world? No. So we've managed to keep it secure so far.
And that's all part of, once again, that's the concern, is that if you were to get a rogue application out in the meter network, it could take down the grid.
Understood. All right. So I think I've asked all the questions I had. I'm just running through my notes to make sure I've got it all. Actually, I just wanted to get one point of clarification. You had indicated, you said at one point in response to Mr. Schlesinger's question that the meter only enables one device to be connected to it at one time. Like he's talking about your home,
one secure
thermostat,
connection.
one secure thermostat. So are you talking about just one appliance at a time? I didn't understand earlier that to be the case, so that confused me.
So I may be a little bit off on that, but my understanding is that, just like Mr. Schroer demonstrated, you would have a client that would connect to it. If you wanted to connect that to your home automation network, you would connect the other devices to that environment. So if you were talking about Home Assistant, you'd be connecting your meter to Home Assistant, and all of your other smart devices, you would connect to Home Assistant.
Okay, got it. All right, if you don't mind, I would like to take a quick little 5-minute break before we continue. I just want to make sure I can go over my notes and check in on a few things, and then I'll resume. Is that all right? So just give me 5 minutes until 2:35 and we'll reconvene. So just a quick recess for 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay. We all back? Harriet, are you back and ready?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you all for indulging me. I just wanted to go back over my notes and make sure that I had covered everything and gone through the questions that I had raised for Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, did you want to say something? You raised your hand.
I'd like to make one correction to the last conversation we had about the number of devices that can be connected.
Yeah.
You can have up to 16 devices, each with a single secure connection. So I was crossing those two things up. So you can have 16 devices, each one with its own unique identification.
Thank you. That makes way more sense to me. It did make sense to me that I could do my thermostat, but not my washing machine. So
my apologies.
Okay. No, that's why I asked. Okay.
A lot of
Thank
questions.
You. Thank you
I had to question myself and correct it. So
I appreciate correction noted. Mr. Schlesinger, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to note that, I asked Mr. Miller that same question, and I also got the answer that only one could connect, and that confused me as well. And it basically led me to not ask a series of follow-up questions based on that incorrect answer.
Well, Mr. Miller has now clarified it, and I asked the follow-up because it confused me as well. So I think we now have the answer to that, do we not?
Yes, but again, I skipped a bunch of questions that were based on the premise that multiple hand devices could connect. So I skipped asking some questions based on his answer.
Okay, well, Mr. Schlesinger, I understand, but you had your chance at cross-examination, and I tried to follow up, and Mr. Miller has now clarified it. So I think you're asking me for another crack at the apple that I'm not inclined to go down.
That's okay. I don't need to ask questions. I just wanted to let Your Honor know that I did have additional questions that didn't get asked.
Okay. I understand and I appreciate that. But Mr. Miller has now clarified that 16 devices can be loaded onto the meter. I'm going to say it wrong, but it makes a lot more sense to me, and hopefully that answers a lot of the questions you may have asked anyway. Okay. All right. Mr. Miller, I didn't have any further questions for you based on, once I got a chance to go over my notes. So Mr. Denman, do you have any redirect for Mr. Miller?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So let me take you back to this morning. Mr. Miller, Mr. Schlesinger asked you a question, and your response was that he had an incorrect understanding of the SDK. Can you please explain what you meant by that? What was incorrect?
So the premise was that the SDK was actionable, installable code. It is not. It is example code. There's nothing you can download from the SDK that you could start to execute. An executable would still have to be created, which is the example that Mr. Schroer provided this morning.
Okay. And if one had that executable code, then you could proceed as Mr. Schroer did in the demonstration. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about the direct data upload and technical questions on changing the meter architecture. Do you recall that colloquy?
Yes.
And in order to change the meter architecture, what would Excel have to do?
Well, the first thing is we'd have to then approach Itron for contract negotiation, as Mr. Pascucci was alluding to.
And what else?
So the second thing is that let's assume that Itron agreed that would, let's say the low end of that is that they would make a software architecture change that would enable DDU to be possible. The bigger question is it software limited or is it hardware limited? If new hardware would be required, that would mean that we probably end up with a unique meter for Xcel Energy, And it would also, up to and including replacing all the meters we just got done installing. So, I mean, that's a pretty broad range, but if it's only a software change, much smaller threshold. If it's a hardware change, it's a much bigger threshold. Now that's just talking about the meter. If we change the security infrastructure at the meter level, which is where you're trying to stop rogue applications and outside threats infiltrating our infrastructure, you then have to say, well, the field area network security has to change. So it's not just a meter change. You have to also look at the infrastructure and the security protocols that you put in the field area network, and then the backend systems, and it cascades from there. So once again, they're putting in security protocols at the meter level so that you don't have to have security protocols deeper in the system. If you take that security protocol away, you got to put it back in someplace else.
And do you have an estimate of how many of these AMI Revis meters have been installed up to this point?
If we have 1.4 or 1.5 million, we're north of $1 million.
Okay, thank you. Are there other changes that would have to be done if Excel changed the meter architecture?
As I described, it would be cascading from the meter all the way through the backend systems. So it's not just a small change at the meter level. It's an extensive change to the whole infrastructure that's been built. Once again, the security's been built in at the meter level to prevent infiltrations throughout the whole infrastructure. If you pull it away at the meter, you pull the plug out of the dam, you got to fix it somewhere else.
And you use the term back-end systems. What does that mean?
So everything, so we talked about meter data, and we're collecting meter data. One of the back-end systems is called the meter data management system. This is where all the meter reads come in and get converted into billing systems. And so that meter data management system is directly connected to the field area network, and the field area network is directly connected to the meters. That's a super simple explanation of how meters communicate with backend systems, but that's just the first tier.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Denman. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I certainly don't have any other follow-up. I think that concludes your testimony. And I believe at this point you can be excused. Everyone's had a chance to cross-examine you, and Mr. Denman has redirected. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you for being here, Mr. Miller. I appreciate your testimony.
As a procedural matter, Your Honor, I might mention at this point that I will have no questions for Mr. Murray.
Okay.
And Your Honor, likewise, UCA had reserved 10 minutes of cross. We will waive our cross of Mr. Murray.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Crampton. Mr. Denman, did you have any other witnesses you intended to call?
Actually, I should have said that first. No, the public service has no further witnesses, and we rest our case.
Okay. Just to be clear and make sure we have a clean record. Mr. Smith, did you have any witnesses you intended to call on behalf of staff?
We do not, Your Honor.
And Ms. Crampton, how about anybody on behalf of UCA?
Your Honor, no party indicated that they had questions for Dr. England. He is available if the court has questions, but no other witnesses.
I do not have questions for Dr. England, so thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schlesinger.
Yes, Your
Do you have
Honor.
any witnesses you want to call?
Yes, mission data calls Mr. Michael Murray.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray, if you're here, I think you are. If you could go ahead and make sure your camera's on and your microphone's on, if you'd go ahead and raise your right hand with me. Mr. Murray, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you Mr. Murray, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Michael E. Murray, Michael, last name Murray.
Okay, and by whom are you employed and what is your position?
Mission Data Coalition, where I serve as the president.
Okay. And did you prepare or cause to be prepared what's been marked as hearing exhibit 400, your answer testimony, and the 15 attachments there too?
Yes, I did.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in your pre-filed testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Do you have any other corrections to make to your answer testimony?
No, I do not.
Okay, and are you also the same Michael Murray that prepared what's been pre-marked as hearing exhibit 401, your cross answer testimony, and
Yes.
the one attachment there too?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and again, if I were to ask you the same questions contained in your cross answer testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. I believe Mr. Murray's testimony has already been admitted into the record, so I don't think I need to take that step, correct, Your Honor?
Yes, and I was going to clarify and do a cleanup at the end to make sure that we were on same page. But my understanding is that we've admitted exhibit 500 and all the exhibits that were listed on exhibit 500.
Okay. Well, in that case, Mr. Murray is available for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Schlesinger. Mr. Denman, do you have any questions of Mr. Murray?
My mic was off. No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denman. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry. Mr. Smith, any questions of Mr. Murray?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Crampton, any questions of Mr. Murray?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crampton. I actually do have a few questions for Mr. Murray. I just want to make sure I completely understand everything. So first of all, Mr. Murray, would you be kind enough to explain in layman's terms the difference between the local polling agent and direct data upload from a customer's perspective? Is there any other analog in a different industry that would help me understand it?
I'd be happy to. I'll need to think about the analogs to other industries. The primary distinction from the perspective of the average customer is that the local polling application requires the customer to set up a device and possibly purchase a device for this purpose. So the demonstration that we saw earlier today from the Excel laboratory in Minneapolis, where the customer had to enter in the serial number of the device and so on, that represents the step that is needed from the customer side. With direct upload, however, that step is removed. So you would still need to log into the Xcel Energy website and connect your meter to your Wi-Fi network. But under direct data upload, the customer would just specify to which URL they wanted that information sent, and then that process would be completed. So it's both, I think, administratively simpler and potentially cheaper to the extent that you don't have to purchase a dedicated device that's on site.
Okay, thank you. All right. In your testimony, hearing exhibit 400, pages 25 to 26, you indicated that your primary concern is that public service can receive 1-second data through its backend systems, but a customer cannot receive that and transfer that data to a third party unless they stay on the Wi-Fi. Is that correct? Did I understand your concern correctly?
Not exactly. So the company, you stated that the company has the 1-second information from the meter in their back office systems, and that's not true. So the company would have that through their own mobile application that I think we saw an example of in the DSM case. And so that would have, again, locally on the phone, it would have your 1 second information. The company's back office systems would not. The nature of my concern is the lack of data parity between the applicable rate information and the disaggregation insights that the company would have access to, whether through back office communications or on their mobile app, but that would be very hard or impossible for third parties to have the same.
Okay, got it. And just to be clear, so you can't transfer the 1 second information to a third-party app by a different service offered by the company like Green Button Connect, right?
That's correct. So because it's from the meter directly, you're allowed much more frequent, much more voluminous communication, whereas Green Button Connect is typically used just for historical records. So this would be your 15-minute usage and historical information potentially going back several years.
Okay. Do you have any idea what customers are currently using, what apps they're currently using?
I'm not familiar with public services territory specifically, but I can speak generally to the availability of several different applications, ranging from things that help manage your electric vehicle charging load. So if the customer is able to acquire information on the rate code or the applicable rate, that information could be easily sent to an electric vehicle charger, which would then know what the time of use periods are and could therefore shift the load to be lower costs for consumers. That would just be one example.
Okay, that helps. I have a couple questions then about mission data itself. So you're a trade organization, correct?
We are a 501c4 social welfare organization.
Social welfare organization. So are you providing charity to somebody? I'm not clear what you mean when you say social welfare.
You'd have to ask Congress to clarify why they called it that, but that's the section of the IRS tax code that is our nonprofit.
Okay, but who are your members? Tell me that.
So we don't have members in the sense of a traditional 501c6 trade association, but we do have supporters, which includes philanthropies as well as individual companies that support our work across the U.S. and in Canada. And those companies range from both large companies that you've heard of, like Google Nest, to small firms that are entrepreneurs, making software usually with just a staff of a handful of people.
Okay. The piece I'm trying to understand is, so your members are interested in obtaining this data so that they can convert it into an app that they can then market and make money off of, right?
Correct. So there will be downstream services that are useful. That's right.
Okay. So you're not necessarily looking out for the interests of the individual average customer and the ratepayer, right?
Well, I think they're related. A lot of customers want to access smart home apps or energy management services and so forth. But those companies don't have, those individual consumers, they don't have the technical expertise to, be able to know what would need to happen in the sort of broader policy environment in order for that to be possible for them. And so, the companies that happen to support us do have that technical expertise. And that's actually my own professional background as well, having, worked in the energy management industry.
Got it. And so the customers, and I know that some of them may want them, but that is then a product that the customer would possibly have to download, pay a service fee for or an annual subscription to. It's not necessarily something that the customer is going to get for free, right?
It's not necessarily something for free, but I would note that Apple, in their Worldwide Developer Conference just a few days ago, announced that they would have an energy portion built into the iOS operating system that actually uses Green Button Connect.
Okay, but an Apple phone's going to set you back $600. So, right? I mean, that's true,
correct.
but you got to have the money to buy the phone in the first place.
That's correct. But I just meant the incremental cost of buying or using whatever service on the app in that particular case would be zero.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood where mission data exactly was coming from. Okay. Let me just go through my notes. I don't think I have any other questions. Okay. Okay. I guess I personally don't know anything about Apple planning to have the energy integration into its future products. I tend to be of the low technology side that gets irritated whenever there's an update and I don't know where the things are on my phone anymore. So I'm probably not the best person to use all the energy apps out there. Okay. Let me just make 100% sure we're good. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions for you, Mr. Murray. I appreciate you explaining that to me and making those clarifications. Mr. Schlesinger, do you have any redirect of Mr. Murray based on the questions I just asked?
Just a couple here.
Go ahead.
Mr. Murray, ALJ Han was just asking you about Mission Data's members and their interest in potentially making money off of being able to access this data. Can you also speak to your opinion about Excel or Itron's interest in making money by potentially not sharing this data?
Object, Your Honor. That's beyond the scope of your questions. And it's also a cynical question.
Care to respond, Mr. Schlesinger?
I mean, I think it was a similar question in the one that you asked. Clearly Mission Data has an interest or they wouldn't be here. And I guess I just want to make sure that all interests are being described, not just Mission Data's.
Anything this witness is going to say about Itron or Excel's profit motive is going to be hearsay, Your Honor. And frankly, this is really irrelevant to this case.
Yeah. I tend to agree with Mr. Denman, Mr. Schlesinger. I mean, first of all, it's speculative. Mr. Murray can't possibly know what other companies' motivations are. And I was just trying to get a little bit more information about Mission Data specifically. So anything beyond that is frankly beyond the scope of what I asked.
Okay, I'll ask a different question.
Please, go ahead.
Do you think, Mr. Murray, that customers benefit when they have choices in companies or applications to manage their energy usage?
Yes, definitely. And there's, I think I mentioned this in my testimony that, the quality, the variety of different applications that could be available are going to be significantly broader in a more open ecosystem, and that restrictions on access or information asymmetry can lead to different market failures and reductions in the choices that are available for consumers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is that all, Mr. Schlesinger, or anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
All right. We've then concluded. We've done there was no cross, and you've done redirect of Mr. Murray. So that should conclude Mr. Murray's testimony. Mr. Schlesinger, do you have anyone else you want to call? And can Mr. Murray be excused? You're welcome to stay, Mr. Murray, but I think you can be excused. Is that right? Mr. Schlesinger, do you want to excuse Mr. Murray or?
I'm happy to if no one else has. Yes, Mr. Murray should be excused, and I have no other witnesses to call.
All right, Mr. Murray, you can hang out, whatever you want to do. All right, Mr. Denman, any rebuttal that you'd like to put on after Mr. Murray?
Your Honor, we've pre-filed our rebuttal case, and there is no rebuttal to the settlement testimony since no one presented any pre-filed contra testimony regarding approval of the settlement agreement. So no, I do not.
Okay. Well, with that, then I believe we've come to the conclusion of the evidentiary and testimonial portion of the hearing. Before we conclude, I guess, first of all, does anyone want to give any closing statements, or do you want to just do it through statements of position? Mr. Denman, what's your preference?
In a case this complicated, Your Honor, public service prefers to file a written statement of position.
And I prefer to read them because I can get more information out of it. So I am in agreement, but if anyone wants to give a closing statement, I am open to it, and I certainly won't shut it down. Mr. Smith, do you have a desire to give a closing statement, or do you just want to do a statement of position?
No, Your Honor. I think staff would also, given the technical issues that going on here and our alignment with the settlement agreement, we would prefer to stick to a written statement of position.
Okay, thank you. All right. Ms. Crampton, do you have a position on that? Do you want to make a statement at this time?
None at this time. UCA would prefer a written statement of position.
Okay. Mr. Schlesinger, did you want to say anything as a closing statement right now, or do you want to reserve it all for a statement of position?
No, I'm in agreement with the other parties that we'd prefer to do it through a written statement of position.
Okay, great. I realized when I was looking back at my last order that I didn't put in a deadline for the statements of position. So I guess my next question is, before we decide on a deadline, will you be requesting a formal transcript of the hearing? Is anybody planning on doing that?
I think it is likely that we will request a written transcript of the hearing to assist in briefing, yes.
Okay. Let me then, so how much time do you think you need after the preparation of the transcript to prepare statements of position?
I would request at least 2 weeks. I think that's generally
pretty reasonable. Okay. Mr. Denman, what about you? Do you think about 2 weeks post receiving of the transcript seems reasonable?
Depends on when the transcript will be available. And looking at my calendar, I wasn't sure if you were going to measure from today or not. I'm going to be out of the office between the 3rd and the 8th of July. So after that would be better. And if our court reporters are prompt, then I would suggest in July. But I'm not sure.
I'm fine with that.
I would say the middle to end of last week. Next week.
Okay.
Okay. So end of next week to receive the transcript. Harry, I just remind you that next week does have a holiday in the middle of it, so that might affect things.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take to after the weekend, but I think we can get it done by the end of the week. It's pretty quiet next week.
Okay. So given that, and then Mr. Denman, you said you're gone from July, I'm sorry.
I'm July 3rd through the 8th. So,
okay.
And I wouldn't want to have to file it right after I get back to town. So sometime, the week of the July 8th, maybe July 12th would work for everybody.
Okay. I am fine with July 12th. Mr. Smith, does that work for you? Deadline of July 12th for the statement of position?
Yes, Your Honor. I think that would work fine. I was just conferring with my co-counsel here because as you know, our primary witness is out of the country for 2 weeks. So I think July 12th though would be adequate to give us time to put that together once.
Well, Mr. Hagland left already, so he's gone this week and neek,
yes.
and then he should be back. So
that's correct. Yeah.
So he should be back by the week of the 24th.
Yes, that's right. And then that's that.
Okay.
So that looking at that, the 12th will be fine.
Okay, perfect. Ms. Crampton, does the 12th work for you?
Yes, that does work. Thank you.
Great. And Mr. Schlesinger, does that work for you? July 12th for the statements of position?
Yeah, I actually am out of the office that week, but it's okay. We can have it prepared before that. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, Harriet has indicated that the transcript should be ready by end of next week even. So I think you should have plenty of time, even if you're gone the week after the 4th of July. Is that going to be okay?
Yes, that'll work. Thank you.
Okay, great. I have a request for when you are preparing the statements of position. So I'm going to assume that somebody's going to order the official transcript of this hearing. We have also had a live video demonstration of how all of this is going to work at the beginning of this hearing. I would prefer that, first of all, if you're going to refer to anything in the video demonstration, I'm going to need you to refer to give me a citation to both the transcript, so the official transcript, because that's the official record you have to refer to. But I think the only way we can really know what was going on in the demonstration is to also refer to the timestamp of the video. And I hope all of you already know. If you don't, I'm telling you now. The commission does keep a record, keep a vault of all of the prior hearings. It has a YouTube channel with all the prior hearings preserved there. So you can pull this one up, and if you can, go through it and figure out exactly from, the start and stop of the timestamp on the video to tell me what you want me to see in the demonstration, because obviously Mr. Schroer was not sworn in, so he's not a witness. But if you want to refer to the demo, we're going to have to look at that video. And unless someone has a suggestion for another way to do it, my inclination and my thought was to use the timestamp on the video. Mr. Schlesinger, what do you think? Does that work?
Yes, that works for me, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea, Your Honor. That's about the best way to be able to relate the timestamp to the transcript.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Mr. Smith, do you have does that work for you too?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Crampton, are you okay with that plan?
That works. Thank you.
I was thinking if we do timestamps, I think Tracy knows how to do that. We can timestamp it in the transcript. So that might help, but just to add.
That would help tremendously, Harriet. Yes, please do. Please do.
I can tell her how to do it if she does it, but I'm sure she knows.
Yeah,
well, I certainly don't. So I'm leaving it up to you, Harriet.
Thank you, Harriet. That's a good suggestion.
Awesome. Okay, then my other request is, as Judge Mach once famously said, page and line. So if you're I'd like citations to the record, and I'd like them to be specific. So if you want me to refer to something, give me the exhibit number, the name of the document, page number, and if you're talking about the transcript, I'd like lines. That will pinpoint exactly what you're referring to. It helps me tremendously when I'm writing it up. And yes, that does go back to my Court of Appeals work days. That's what I'm used to.
Understood, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. With that understanding, anything else that we need to talk about before we wrap up here today? Any other issues that anyone needs to raise?
Let me double check here.
Please do.
No, I have nothing else that I can think of right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Denman. Mr. Smith, have you got anything else?
No, Your Honor. I don't. Appreciate your patience today and all the parties for coming and putting on a good presentation.
Yes, it's been great. It's been very interesting. Ms. Crampton, anything from you before we wrap up?
Nothing further from the UCA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schlesinger, anything from you? Any final issues that you want to raise or discuss before we conclude and adjourn?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I want to thank you all for your excellent presentations. I want to thank you all for working together and putting together the demonstration. That was extremely helpful. because I really couldn't envision it, and it helped me a lot to be able to see what was going on. So I appreciate you all working together and making that happen. That was wonderful. Thank you to the witnesses for providing such helpful testimony. And I guess at this point, you can all enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you all for being here, and we are adjourned.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.